Good morning, Mr. Chair. We're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 9th hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, could you start us off with items 1 and 2, please? Or 2 and 3, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. or after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park. Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Chair Farini.
Here.
I just saw Commissioner Park. Maybe he's having trouble connecting his audio, but he's here. I see him.
Okay, good. There he is.
Are you doing roll call?
Yes.
Not anymore.
Good to have you, Commissioner
You're
Park.
present. I'll vote for one or the other.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, I see you out here. Items 4 and 5, please.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda, we have 4 items listed. The continuation of the Jackson appeal of Hacienda, the Amador homestay, and then we have the Summerlin Elementary conditional use permit that was continued to today's date, as well as the appeal of G&K cannabis processing building was also continued to today's date. And then item number 4 is Santa Rita Holdings cannabis cultivation project. And as of right now, all those projects are ready to be heard and staff is available to present all those projects as of right now. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you would like.
Please do.
Our next hearing is going to be June 30th. 3 items are projected for that date, which is we continued Keysite 21 or neighborhoods of Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon residential project to that date. We continued the appeal of Sun Valley Ranch on that date as well. And then we have another appeal of Creek Property or LLC Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation on the 30th. And then on July 7th, we have the Cresco Cannabis Cultivation and Processing Project. No items at this point are projected for July 14th. July 28th, we have the appeal of the Orcutt Gas Station. And then on August 4th, we had continued the New Era project to that date. There are no other items scheduled between August 11th through September 1st at this point. However, I'm working with staff and the team to update the projection report before our next hearing on projects scheduled throughout the summer and early fall. This year's going by really fast. One item that is on the projection report that keeps moving on me is the Exxon Mobil interim trucking. I just got word last week that the applicants have a conflict with the dates that were selected, and they're asking for that to be moved to the end of September now, with September 29th as the Wednesday hearing date. This is outside of what's on the projection report for everyone. But we're looking at September 29th as the first day, and then October 1st, which is a Friday, would be the second day on that project. So I know it's last minute, so if the commissioners would like to look at their calendars and come back on the 30th, and we can move that hearing to that date if you would like, or we could do it today if everybody's available. What we need to do is cancel the special hearing on September 10th and then set a special hearing for October 1st if the commissioners are available for that hearing on September 29th is a regular scheduled hearing, and then October 1st would be a special hearing. So that concludes the projection report. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then on to,
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'll make a motion to cancel the hearing of the 10th that Mr. Wilson just referred to. And as far as setting a special hearing for the following Friday, I need to wait till the end of today. The only reason is I'm waiting for a call from my doctors in San Francisco to find out what my schedule for surgery is going to be and what the recovery time is. But I should know, and hopefully it doesn't interfere, but I'll know for sure later in the afternoon.
okay, so Commissioner Blau, then your motion is to drop the hearing of September 10th,
Correct.
special hearing, and Commissioner Park?
Well, I had a question for Secretary Wilson, but while I've got the floor, I'll go ahead and second Commissioner Blau's motion.
Okay, thanks. Let's go ahead and vote on that. Then
Yeah.
Commissioner Bradley?
Is this for just the 10th, or weren't we also canceling September 8th?
No, my motion, no, the 8th is a regular meeting. Just want to cancel the special meeting on that Friday.
Thanks. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that, please.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye. And then
Motion.
Commissioner Park, you had some questions for Mr. Wilson?
Motion passes 5-0.
Yes, I did. I personally am fine with that October 1 special hearing date. I'm just wondering how realistic it is for us to think that we'd have a second full day of hearing just 2 days after the first one. Because my recollection of these most recent oil hearings we had were that we would ask questions, or I would, about environmental impact reports and things like that, and staff would need to look at things and get back to us. And I wonder how realistic it is to do that in just, overnight. Seemed like hard enough to do it a month later. So I'm just concerned that our expectations would be too high about getting something done just 2 days later.
Commissioner Park through the chair. Thank you for that. And just as a way of a background, that second date is a contingency, and what the anticipation is the first day, Wednesday, would be staff presentation, preliminary comments from the commission, but it would be to allow for the public comment period or public testimony to be done. And then the second day would be more of questions of the commission to staff to follow up from Wednesday. And then after that second hearing date, we would come back at a later time with the response to any questions from the commissions. So the purpose of the 2-day hearing is to get as much information and questions by the commission and the public, and then to go and research that and come back at a later date. So there is an anticipation that we'd actually get the project completed that day. It's more of a presentation period to do that and accommodate in 2 days with public comment and question period.
I think that makes a lot of sense, because that way you've got plenty of time for the public comment that can really stretch it out that first day. So that's a good plan.
Commissioner Bradley?
We talked about last meeting about inviting the fourth floor, the business license office, for a status update, as well as the Ag Commissioner's office for a status update on cannabis stuff. I'm not sure if this is the time to bring that up to Secretary Wilson and Director Plowman, or it seems like we have a couple options here. over the summer. So I'm not sure what your thinking is on those two discussion items.
Commissioner Briley, to the chair, my apologies. I meant to bring that up and I forgot.
Okay.
I've only had 2 sips of the energy drink, so please bear with me. So yeah, I'm in communication with the CEO's office and with working with Brittany Heaton on setting up that workshop. So hopefully the next hearing, I'll have that either scheduled or I'll be able to come back with the dates we're doing that. So that is on my to-do list, and I forgot to mention that. So yes, I'm still working on putting something together on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no more questions, then we can move on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. No one? All right. Then how about the minutes for May 26th?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Park?
I think we skipped
Yeah.
public comment.
Oh, we did? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So item 6 is public comment. Anyone from the public who would like to make comments on items not on today's agenda, this would be their time.
Mr. Chair, I didn't have anyone who specifically signed up for public comment for items not on today's agenda, but if anyone who signed up for items on the standard agenda would like to speak, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. Chair, I don't see any takers. I think we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Okay, let's move on to the minutes of May 26th for
Mr.
consideration.
Mr. Chair, I hate to keep interrupting you here, but I just want to make sure that everyone has the same set. Yesterday morning, I did send an updated set of minutes, and it was just in addition to the last item on the agenda. Staff had annotated the list of things for the applicant to consider prior to the August 4th meeting. I just want to make sure everyone has that set before we start deliberating on them.
And so I'll move for approval of the minutes that were sent to me last night on the email, the revised set.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, discussion, everything all right? Commissioner Bradley?
No corrections.
All right, Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Freeney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, very nice. Okay, Director Plowman, we have the director's report.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I do have a director's report. So first off, I would like to inform everybody, if you don't already know, and I imagine you do, today the county is in the yellow tier for COVID. And I did find out last week that the holdup was the equity factor, so that we hadn't met that yet. But we did meet it for the past 2 weeks, and so now we're in the yellow tier, which means greater, further opening of the economy, allowing more people indoors in restaurants or gyms, etc. So that's good news as we move towards the 15th, which is next week, when the governor appears to be opening pretty much everything and removing the tiers. So we will no longer have to, just in time for the tier removal, we got to yellow. So good for us.
Beat the clock.
Beat the clock. I do want to let you know that Cal OSHA is still considering their requirements. Last week, they did come out with a requirement that 6-foot spacing be in place until the end of July, and there was no end date on mask wearing in the workplace. So there was apparently quite a bit of public comment or agency comment And they said they would review those comments, so it's hard to tell if we'll get a revision to those findings or requirements. And eventually they're going to have to make a determination about when mask wearing would no longer be required. It's not going to be in perpetuity. But we're just sitting tight and waiting to see what they ultimately decide. In the interim, until we know when those requirements will be lifted, right now our plan is, as I mentioned last week, we'll be opening our offices on the 16th for appointments. We'll be having appointments from 9 to noon, Monday through Friday. They can either be virtual or they can be in person. We will also have drop-off locations inside our offices. We've been having them outside, so they will now be moved into a sort of reception area where people can drop plans if they need to. And that information is getting posted on the CEO's website. So we'll be trying to disseminate that information as quickly as possible. We are looking at implementing a software called Acuity, which the city of Santa Barbara has been using to help us schedule those appointments. And that's probably something we'll continue long into the future. Because we've heard from a number of agents and members of the public that the flexibility that's been allowed for them to submit questions either over email or drop plans into the Dropbox. So electronic submittals has made their life a lot easier. So and we're already moving towards that online permitting system, the expanded version of Acela. So people are sort of already on that path and they are appreciating it. And so we're going to continue to provide those remote options for people. I did want to let you know that the governor's office has decided that they will not lift those temporary provisions in the Brown Act at this point in time. They will that allow us to have remote hearings with commissioners' remote locations without having to post their address. I don't know when they will be lifted. I expect it's either sometime in July or August, but they wanted to continue those to allow for sort of a logical and orderly transition back to in-person hearings. And it appears at this point that the Board of Supervisors will start their in-person hearings with the public in the chambers after their break in August. So we're sort of looking at that same trajectory, just to I'll keep you apprised if there's anything that changes in that. Budget hearing was yesterday. They managed to finish their work. So we will not have another budget hearing on Thursday. With respect to the department, I had previously briefed you on some of the expansions that the department received, but there was some additional work done in that area yesterday. So just to summarize, we had requested an expansion to add an administrative division deputy that will help us oversee the administration division, which includes, public hearing support, the financial support, all the admin for our staff. So it's a very important position, and we were quite pleased that the board recognized that, and particularly as we're transitioning with all the KPMG recommendations we received to move to this online system. So that division is sort of central in all these changes that we'll be making. They also gave us what we're calling 2 contingency planners. This is something that the CEO's office has done with other departments where there's turnover. So what it'll allow us to do is hire more people than we have positions for formally, so that we can keep people training and so that we don't find ourselves down planners when somebody decides they're going to move to another community or they found a different job or a different career, whatever it is. So that way we'll be able to sort of stay on top of our cases and not be caught flat-footed, because it takes time to recruit for positions. And so if somebody leaves and we don't have this contingency planner filled, you might have several months before you can fill that position, and that has a big impact on the rest of the staff. So I thought this was a very helpful element that the CEO was willing to add to our budget. So we're going to go ahead and, we've been in the process of hiring new planners now. We've been recruiting, and we're going to work on hiring 2 extra planners that will fill positions that, in the event we see resignations over the next budget year. They did decide to add a new planner 3 to the long range planning division. There's quite a bit of talk at the board level about the amount of throughput through our long range planning division. And that's just a function of resources. And they are interested in expanding the division, but they weren't quite ready to provide a whole new team. In our long range work program presentation that we did in March, they spoke about this quite a bit. And so that was a solution we gave to the board. We said, look, if you're concerned about throughput, you can't, with big projects, I don't need 1 or 2 planners. I need a whole new team. And that would allow us to do 3 to 4 additional sort of big long-range planning projects in any given year. An interim option was just adding a planner 3 right now so that we could continue to do our annual ordinance amendment packages. And that was one of the programs that we recommended that the board delay because we did not have sufficient resources in this budget year coming up. So now we will have that position added. We're going to have to recruit for that, and we will add back into our work program the ordinance amendment packages. Another issue that was discussed both at the long range work program hearings in March, the budget workshops in April, and yesterday is whether or not the board has the desire to amend the cannabis ordinance any further. And there's not clarity at this point as to whether or not we will receive direction for that, but we are going to go back to the board with a summary of what we've been hearing from the board offices about possible changes, and then we will seek their direction as to whether or not we'll move forward with something like that. The discussions have been around concentration in the Santa Rita Hills and whether or not there should be some additional requirements or changes in the code, possibly changing permit levels for some of the bigger grows in that area, making them conditional use permits. So just a step further from where we are today with the 51% threshold. So I will keep the Planning Commission apprised of that as well. That's an ordinance amendment package that would come through the commission if the board gives us direction to do that. The other thing the board did was to provide us with an extra supervising planner and planner 1-2 position in cannabis. That's a 2-year position to see if we can't continue to keep moving projects through at a faster pace. So we are going to have to recruit for those. We're trying to make some internal shifting right now to provide that extra support, but we will have to recruit to hire those positions. So I think that's all that came out of our budget hearings yesterday. In terms of board actions that are upcoming, we will have the, as we've talked about, Chapter 10 changes. That's the building code. We're amending the building code to add Appendix O to create greater flexibility for the emergency shelter housing that CSD is currently working on in the CEO's office. So that will be on the 15th of June at the board, their first reading. And then in July, we will have the utility grade solar work scope of work at the board to make sure we've hit the mark. You will also see Suarez appeal, the one in Cuyama will be at the board on that same date. And then, I'm sorry, I skipped over SFS Farms Melville appeal. That'll be on the 22nd of June. We're still working on identifying dates for the other cannabis appeals, which include Cannabis Autumn Brands and the Central Coast Ag Land Use Permit. Don't have hearing dates yet at the board for them. But the board will be out at the end of July and into the middle of August for their summer break. So we will, all of those will be coming after the summer break. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, you're muted, Chair Farini.
Thank you, Director Plowman. It looks like you have a long list of questions coming your way. All four commissioners, actually. So Commissioner Bradley is first.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Going back to the staff in the office as part of the reopening, Director Plowman, are you envisioning that you're going to have to do 6-foot separation for people working at their desks in their cubicles? Is that part of that first?
That's correct.
Welcome back. So you're having to work out cohort attendance. I know other agencies are doing that like on a shift basis almost.
Yeah, we are working on that. A lot of our staff is going to be teleworking still. So we're allowing that to continue. We think it's been a real, it's a benefit to the staff to be able to telework a few days a week. And a lot of people are really interested in it, particularly the people who are living far from their offices.
Right.
Which we have a lot of because it's hard to live in Santa Barbara County.
I would agree with that. And my experience is, I try to talk to the planners before these hearings, and they've always been available even within 48 hours, which is really wonderful. I mean, your staff has done a really good job, and I've actually managed not to hang up accidentally on some of these platforms of calls because I'm not a digital girl. But and it reduces trips. It's all good. The only minor frustration I feel, and I'm wondering if the public feels it, is you want to call someone and talk to them, and there's no voicemail. I guess there's voicemail, and they do. I know they check it, but sometimes it's delayed, and that's understandable. So is there anything about that?
So we're working on, General Services is introducing a phone system where the messages go straight to their emails.
Oh.
So I don't know when that's going to be fully implemented in our department. I'm working with our IT team on that, but we recognize that. And in fact, we don't have phones set up at every desk the way we need to because of the distancing. So it's been a real challenge. There's no question about that. I'd certainly say email is a great way to contact them if you're having trouble with leaving messages, but they do try and check their phones that have been assigned to them every day.
They do, and a lot of people will actually give me their cell phone, which I feel like is a slight intrusion, and I don't want to rely on that. But if they offer it, I'll do that. It's just okay. Well, we don't need to belabor it. Thank you very much, and tell your staff, yay, appreciation from at least me. The contingency plan. The contingency planners, I guess I'm a little confused. I mean, these are basically 2 more staff, but you will assign them cases. So they're going to be busy on a caseload, but it's above and beyond the total FTE that you're authorized so that when 2 drop out, it's still covered. But if they already have cases, you have more cases than you have planners, right? I mean, so how is that really helping, or how is that different than what you do now just to hire full staff?
We'll be able to distribute the cases to a broader number of people so that if somebody does resign, then, my expectation is we see resignations every year. We had 2, in the last month.
Right.
One is moving to San Francisco and one is taking a different job in Washington, D.C. So, it is, when you have an organization this big, there's a lot of churning that happens. And so what this means is, the CEO is going to cover us on those costs if we have 2 extra planners throughout the whole fiscal year, which we won't, right? Because there'll be this churning. Somebody will leave, and then we'll only have 1 extra planner, and then maybe 2 people will leave, and we won't have any extra planners. So there's going to be this. It's a rotational thing, And so what it does is it just gives us more bodies to spread the cases out to. And so it's not quite as big a burden when somebody does decide to leave.
So the term, I guess the term contingency though, is that just made, it's not a, what, I don't know what to call it, a vested position in the budget
Correct.
in the department,
It's
right?
not a
kinda like on
full-time
year by
FTE.
year.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not a full-time FTE in our budget. It's an
It's just
extra,
short term. Okay.
it's an extra planner that we imagine sometimes we're going to use the funding that the CEO allocates to, and sometimes we're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think actually that was probably it. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Follow up on Commissioner Briley's questions there on adding planners. And I wanted to say, I really appreciate you giving us sort of a window on that discussion with the board, because that is important. The contingency planners, are they both going to be just case review, or will they be available for long range too?
They're just for development review.
Yeah, just a comment on the long range. I think the most difficult problem is we get ordinances that, to put it diplomatically, we see need further attention later once they're in practice. The cannabis ordinance might be one of them, and they need some pretty quick fixes sometimes. And then the issue is, okay, that's kind of the board's fault, not yours. But then you're trying to rally the troops to handle that. So I think having, like you originally asked for, some kind of team that can be a quick response team on fixing ordinances would be a valuable thing. So I know you agree with me, so I won't put words in your mouth. But
Yeah, no, I think the
There you go.
P3 is going to be focused on that.
yeah,
The P3 will be
Yeah.
focused on quick cleanup items and ordinances.
yeah. On the cannabis package, I think that's a very good point, that keep the proposed ordinance amendments really focused. And I think the focus on concentration Santa Rita Hills is one thing, but something else I think we really ought to work on is, I think there's real strong support here at the commission among the public and the cannabis industry to keep upgrading odor control hardware as it becomes available. And we know that a sort of an obstacle there is that takes a lot of permitting. And I think if we can pay attention somehow to streamlining the process for upgrading hardware at the permitting level, that would be a really useful thing to do. On the hearings, will the Exxon hearing be one of these that's kind of open to the public and we all sit down and have a circus and all that?
If it's in October, that's probably likely.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
The
that'll
Exxon
be good
hearings
for
will be
people to
open to the
know.
public. But we will still have,
that'll
we
be-
will still have remote testimony available because we're going to keep that. So you'll probably have people on Zoom making comments, and you'll probably have people in the hearing room. Is
I
that
think
what-
that's a real improvement. Yeah, it is. And it leads to one particular request I want to make of you. And I don't know how it fits into the Brown Act or whatever, or Cal OSHA, but here's this particular request. I think people being able to testify from remote places is a boon for them, for the public. There's also a lot of the public that just can't participate by Zoom simply because they can't be available during the workday. And I think it would be useful if we somehow allowed video testimony to be collected, that might be collected in an evening, but displayed for us during the day, because we don't actually know if somebody's testifying live, whether they're a video that was recorded 2 days ago or is in the here and now. So if, for example, send me off on a Monday night to Guadalupe and take some video testimony from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock that can then be fully translated and delivered to the commission to see on Wednesday, I think that'd be really useful for involving the public. So I'd appreciate it. And this is something I brought up before, but I'd appreciate if you look specifically how to actually go about doing that. And then one other thing is I know that you've done some or delivered some very good and interesting reports on the Foothill Preserve effort in past reports. I don't think I heard you talk about it today. There's some news on that. Did you want to deliver that, or should I do it, or what would you like to do?
Please deliver it. I'd be happy to have you do that.
Okay, well, I got a text this morning from Mark Titillo, and it related in part to the Padera warehouse and his position on that, but it opened by expressing his delight that they've closed escrow on that.
That's
Or rather,
great. I
they've
did
gone
not know
escrow
that, so
on
I'm glad you have that
on
information.
project.
Yeah. Super.
So that's big news, and my guess, he won't be too eager to appear by Zoom today. He's probably either drinking gin and tonics or sleep. I don't know. But, heroic effort. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, thank you. Director Plowman, my question has to do with the governor's. I'm not exactly sure what the governor is doing or not doing for the temporary rules for Brown Act. Can you expand on that a little bit for me?
Sure. So when the pandemic hit, they put in some temporary provisions to allow us to have our hearings via teleconference, which meant the provisions that exist in the Brown Act normally, which is if one of our commissioners is remote, we have to post where that is and make it that location available for the public to attend. So if you were testifying from your home, we would have had to put a notice up. People could have come to your house and be there while you're deliberating. So those provisions were temporarily lifted, and they said everybody could do it teleconferencing. And those are the provisions, those temporary provisions will be in place for a while longer to allow for a transition back to in-person hearings. I've mentioned in the past that we and a couple other counties are working with the state, our lobbyist, CSAC, and then they're coordinating with the governor's office and legislators about keeping some provisions in the Brown Act that would allow at least 2 of our commissioners to be at remote locations without having to post notice there and allowing the public to attend during any given hearing. So I'm not sure. I know the state is allowing that for their own boards and commissions. And so we're hoping we can keep a provision like that, keep portions of this temporary requirements or provisions in the Brown Act permanently.
Okay, so I just to be clear, worst case is if I did want to attend remote, I'd have to make provisions to allow people to come to my house and participate, which I wouldn't care one way or the other. The other question I had, or comment that I had was, I'm dealing with more and more staff people from other cities and counties where all I use is their cell phone, to tell you the truth. And it works out real well. And I would hope the county would take a look at going ahead and paying for staff cell service and trying to transition there as opposed to voicemails within the county system. I'll tell you the truth, I just recently bought a new phone system for my house, and this phone system answers both my cell phone and my wife's cell phone in any one of the 7 receivers or any one of the 7 phones I have in the house. About ready to get rid of the landline because it's just about worthless. Unless you want to have a lot of robocalls, it's like, why would you have a landline? So I mean, I'm really enjoying being able to call people's cell phone, and they're in one case. I mean, the city is one planner I deal with. It's the city cell phone, I mean, but it's his personally, and I can catch him night, morning, and it doesn't matter. It's kind of like he has a private voice box for that cell phone. So I think that would be great to think about doing for all the county employees.
I hear you, and I think it's just probably a matter of resources, but I can certainly, now with our teleworking program, I can certainly pass that along to the HR director who is putting together our telecommuting county plan, and see what I can offer that up. I mean, I definitely see the benefit of it.
Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I will be brief. I just want to know, in case Director Plowman mentioned it, the date for the appeal of the Suarez matter.
Is the 13th of July.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Plowman. I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and move on with item 1 then. Mr. Villalobos, could you read that into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of William and Ingrid Jackson to consider case number 21-8PL11, an appeal of the director's approval of case number 21-HOM5, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson, I just want to have a brief public conversation with you on how we conduct this matter. This is what we have before us is the findings requested by the Planning Commission of staff. Staff has come back with the findings for this item. And, we have appellant, applicant, and public. Could you give everyone a brief overview of how their comments and their time speaking goes?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my recommendation on the format of responding to the findings is staff may have a brief overview on the findings, and then we can allow any questions of the commissioners on those findings, if any, then allow a brief opportunity for the appellant applicant to respond to the findings, and then open for public comment on the findings. And then after closing public comment, just have a rebuttal time for the applicant and appellant, and then bring it back to the commission for deliberations. That's my recommendations on the format today. Really, the item before you is response to the findings, so we can limit the discussion and response by appellants and applicants to the findings. That's what I recommend today, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. With that, do we have any ex parte or site visits to disclose by fellow commissioners? Seeing any, then let's move on to the staff presentation. Would that be you, Mr. Singer?
Yes, it will. Thank you, Chair Farini.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. As mentioned, I have returned with the requested findings for denial for this project. We were provided with a memo. I believe it's on the screen right now. The memo discusses inconsistencies of the project with the community plan, as well as 2 specific sections of the County Land Use and Development Code that were cited and discussed previously. The recommended action is to uphold the appeal, case number 21-APL11, make the required findings for denial of the project as specified in attachment A to this memorandum, including CEQA findings, determine that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15061B4 and 15270A, included as attachment B to this memorandum, and deny the project de novo, case number 21-HOM5. As mentioned, the findings include discussion of the inconsistency as the reason for denial, and I am available for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. Singer. I meant to ask you about this yesterday when we talked about the other case, but the other thing that we brought up was the fact that there was signage at the driveway, which I thought was prohibited for the homestays, and it's not worth changing anything that's before us. I just wanted to make sure that we all concurred that that was another reason that led to the decision about denial, and I'm not sure if that got captured anywhere.
Chair Farini, Commissioner Bradley, correct me if I'm wrong, please. I believe you're referencing a small sign that kind of says San de Amador, and I think the address, it's a small wooden sign.
When I was there was also like a windsock sign type thing that you can actually, pull out and put in. So if one of them is allowed, we should know. And if neither are allowed, we should know.
We had kind of discussed this and decided that a small wooden sign, something like that includes the name of the ranch. It's not explicitly referencing the fact that there is a homestay, so it's not forbidden by the homestay ordinance. That's a very common thing to give an address sign. It might have the name of the property, so that's not an issue. Other signs would be prohibited. I'm not familiar with the second sign that you've mentioned, though if it's on site, it should not be. There were other signs mentioned in the appeal, including some kind of feather flag signs and a banner. Those have all since been removed, to my knowledge.
Okay, it's not worth changing anything on the findings, so I really appreciate your work in capturing what was discussed that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to appellant. Okay, comment on the findings.
Did I unmute myself successfully?
We hear you.
Are you the appellant or the applicant?
I'm the appellant. Did you want the appellant or the applicant?
The appellant.
Okay. Obviously, we agree with the findings. There is absolutely nothing in the way this homestay was done that is compatible with the historical pattern of use for the neighborhood for the last 29 years since we've been here. It's always been a private residential neighborhood.
So if I could get you to speak specifically to the findings. We've heard your testimony. It's just if you had anything to speak to these findings, if you agree with them or disagree with them.
Obviously, we agree with the findings 100%.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we can move on to the applicant's discussion on the findings.
I don't really understand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I honestly don't understand the findings because as Ben Singer and the supervisor responded to all the violations, and this flag that everyone's so concerned about was we would put it out when we had parties so that people wouldn't pass our house. We're one of the houses that doesn't have a North Refugio address, and GPS sends you to a neighbor's house. So if you look on a county map, we are placed in a different place. That's why we would have them. We didn't have them out all the time. So I think that's really petty. And the signage we have in front of our house is like anyone else that has a ranch, that has their ranch name and an address. So I can't see that as an issue. So where are the findings that should be approved? So I should be not approved. This was residential. Yes, 29 years ago, there wasn't an Airbnb and there weren't short-term rentals, and the county wasn't making revenue on those rentals. So, but you have made that available now to residents, and short-term rentals are in people's homes. They're not in hotels. So you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, I don't qualify.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Abud. Mr. Villalobos, is there any public comment on this matter?
Mr. Chair, we do have public comment on this matter. I just want to note that I know that we had one member of the public who was struggling to connect via Zoom today, and she may be one of our phone callers, but just in case, if you're struggling and you really want to go low tech here, you can always call the hearing room. That number is 805-568-2092. I'll put you on hold until it's your turn. The number again is 805-568-2092. I just want to say that before we get started, just so we can keep going through these commenters quickly. So our first speaker will be Charles Jackson.
Okay, is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Charles C.J. Jackson from the Valley. I don't intend to relitigate any of the elements of this. I was in favor of each and every one of the findings. I think for future reference, neighborhood compatibility is a quintessential important issue in the San Ynez Valley. I think you've upheld that. I think it's appropriate, and I thank you. No further comment.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, we're going to go through our phone speakers and just go one by one just to see what item that they're here for. For our phone speakers, you may have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. If the last 3 digits of your phone are 016, if you could unmute yourself and just identify which item you're here to speak on. Okay, I've unmuted all of our phone speakers. Just one second. All right. If you are calling in via phone, if you could hit *6 on your phone and unmute yourself, and caller, if you're, it looks like caller last 3 digits are 603. If you could identify yourself and just indicate which item you're here to speak on.
Are you speaking to me? My name's Sarah Matthews.
I am.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm just here to speak with Carrie and Ernie regarding the property in Santa Rita.
Oh, okay. We'll get to that a little bit later. Thank you.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right. Are any of our other 2 speakers on via telephone hit *6 to unmute yourself? If you could identify which project you're here to speak on. Hopefully you haven't left the room. Okay. So we do have another couple of people who did not indicate which item they're also here to speak on. If your name is Harbor Room, if you could indicate which item you're here to speak on. Also, just if people could, okay, go ahead. Which item are you here to speak to? Harbor Room?
Yes, we're here for the Santa Rita applicant.
Okay, we'll get there in a while. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chair, I think that takes care of it, unless our callers speak up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I just wanted to note that we did have someone who signed up for public comment, but I believe he is one of the appellants, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity if he wanted to say something. That is Cameron Amiri. All right, Mr. Chair, I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Okay, we'll close the public hearing now, move on to commissioner questions and deliberations. Or a motion.
I'll move to accept staff's recommendation and adopt the findings and the CEQA exemption as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Well, Commissioner Blau, your hand's up, so.
Well, I'll go ahead and second the motion, although I just want to make a comment. And this is a little bit relative to Commissioner Park's earlier comment about public testimony. We need to figure out some way to determine, especially on phone calls, which item they're speaking to, and not be sitting here while Mr. Villalobos goes through the list of telephone speakers to figure out which item they're talking to. I don't know if that's another staff member in the office that will sort through those and then provide Mr. Villalobos a speaker for this particular item. But I can foresee in the future where we have 15 or 20 or 30 phone calls that people want to weigh in on. And I don't want to sit here and wait while Mr. Villalobos goes through those 40 phone calls to figure out which ones are this item and which ones are some other item. So I think we need to kind of figure that out ahead of time. I mean, we just spent, 10 minutes while he sorts through 3 or 4 phone calls. Doesn't seem appropriate. But you have my second on Commissioner Bradley's motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Blau just said makes sense, but I know that Mr. Villalobos is herding cats and trying to make this public comment thing work. And I, again, express my appreciation for his services in that. And of course, I support the motion. Just Commissioner Bradley beat me to it. But so I think we should just go ahead and vote.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back with item 2.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Villalobos, we'll continue with our standard agenda, item 2. Would you please read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on request of the Carpinteria Unified School District to consider case number 19 CUP 31 and 19 CDP 92, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guideline sections 15302 and 15303.
Okay, and do commissioners have any ex parte or site visits they'd like to declare? Not seeing any. Ms. Liu, are you the project presenter?
Yes, Chair, I am, and I'm ready to present if
Okay,
you're
good morning.
ready for me.
Thank you.
Good morning. So good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. I will be presenting the Summerlin School Rebuild Project today. This item was continued from May 12th in order to allow the applicant and Public Works to discuss Public Works conditions of approval. And as discussed in a memo to your Commission dated June 2nd, there was a successful discussion between Public Works and the applicant, which resulted in revisions to the Public Works condition letter, and staff is supportive of those changes. And that's incorporated into our final recommendation today. And so now I'll move on to a discussion of the project itself. The project is located at 135 Valencia Road in Summerlin, just a few blocks off of Lilly Avenue. And the elementary school has existed in this location since 1965. And then moving on to the next slide, you'll see photos of the existing conditions of the school and the site. The school buildings are modular structures that are currently in disrepair. And you'll see in the upper left-hand photo, the existing parking is a 3-car parking lot. And in the upper right photo, you'll see that there's a retaining wall and chain link fence of approximately 7.5 feet high and 60 feet long. That's located along Varley Street, and that's shown by the orange dashed line in the upper right photo. And I'm pointing that out to you because it relates to the future project proposal. And so on the next slide, I have a little bit of background. As previously stated, the school has been in this location and operating since 1965. And then in 1987 and 2003, coastal development permits were issued for work at the site. And although a conditional use permit was required for educational facilities in a residential zone at the time, a conditional use permit was not previously issued, which is why one is now being sought with the current proposal. And then the other background is that the school has already received approval from the City of Carpinteria for temporary relocation of the students for this school while the proposed development is constructed after they receive approval from your commission, either today or whenever you take action on the project. So then on the next slide, we'll see this is an aerial view of the site. And then if you click forward one more time, this is the proposed site plan of what is proposed to be developed at the site. The project would include demolition of 5,000 square feet of existing structures and construction of 6,640 square feet of new structures. These are permanent rather than modular, as the existing ones are. It includes redevelopment of the outdoor play areas, new landscape and hardscape. It also includes new sidewalk. There are no changes to staffing or student enrollment proposed. And then there's also a proposal to maintain the existing 3 parking spaces. And if you click now, you'll see they are proposing to maintain the same size parking lot, same staffing, same operations, same number of students. There's also a proposal to allow a portion of, go ahead, you can move on. A proposal to allow a portion of the fence along Varley Avenue to reach 7 to 8 feet in height and to modify the front setbacks. And then on this slide, you see elevations of the proposed new structures. And then on the next slide, there's more elevations of the proposed new structures. And then, Alex, if you click, you'll see this is the area of the proposed fence that would exceed the height limit for front setback locations. And this property actually has 3 front setbacks. So what's happening here is there is a request to exceed the typical limit for fences within the setback, but this is actually a reduction from the fence that's existing and the length of fence that exceeds height in the existing conditions. And then moving on to the next slide, this slide shows the location of where there would be new sidewalk, curb, and gutter. It would extend along the west side of Valencia Street from Lilly all the way up to Banner Avenue and provide better circulation for students and for citizens of Summerlin. And now I'll move on to a discussion of the policy consistency. The staff has found the project to be consistent with all applicable policies. And with regard to aesthetics specifically, the policies require the protection of the scenic quality of coastal areas, neighborhood compatibility, minimization of landform alteration, and it requires review by the Board of Architectural Review. And the project would be consistent with these policy requirements because it replaces the existing dilapidated structures that aren't really in keeping with the architectural character of the rest of Summerlin. The proposed design is consistent with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, including in architectural style and proposed colors and design. The design follows the existing topography of the site and requires very minimal landform alteration and grading. It has already been reviewed partially by the Board of Architectural Review, and they've specifically stated that they found the mass, bulk, and scale to be acceptable, and they will complete after receiving approval from the decision maker. They'll get final approval from the Board of Architectural Review. And the project is also subject to lighting requirements to ensure that lighting is hooded, directed downward, and low intensity in keeping with the residential character of the rest of the surrounding neighborhood. And then moving on to a discussion of transportation circulation policies. These policies require improvement of the safety and circulation for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles, maintenance of level of service B for traffic, and promotion of alternative transportation. And the project is consistent with these requirements as it does improve the safety and alternative transportation options available by providing that sidewalk for 2 blocks in Summerlin, making it safer for students and also for bicyclists and vehicles traversing the area as well. And then as stated before, there's no changes to the staffing, enrollment, or operations, and the parking would remain unchanged. So there's no expectation that there would be a change to the level of service in terms of traffic or intersections. And the project is also consistent with applicable ordinance requirements. All of the structures are well below the 25-foot height limit. They're at about 16 feet. The lot size is 39,000 square feet, which is well above the 20,000 square foot requirement. And the requested modifications that are requested in conjunction with the conditional use permit are all justified as well. The parking levels would be maintained, so although it's technically below ordinance requirements, they would be maintained, and the school's been operating successfully at those levels for years. The setback reductions, like I said, they have 3 front setbacks, which constrains the site quite a bit, and they support reasonable use of the site. They also don't encroach on any of the residential neighbors because the 3 sides where these reductions are being requested all face public streets. The one side of the property that does face a private lot has more than double the setback requirement from that neighbor. So there would not be a detrimental impact to the neighbors for that. And then the requested increase in that small section, it's an 18-foot section of fence that would exceed the 6 feet in height. That's actually a reduction in the amount of fencing as compared to the existing conditions, which there's a 60-foot long stretch that exceeds the height under current conditions. So staff is supportive of those modifications. And so our recommendation is that you make the required findings for approval of the project and the requested modifications, that you determine the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15302 and 15303, that you approve the project and the requested modifications, subject to the conditions of approval as modified by the staff memorandum dated June 2nd, 2021. And finally, that you determine that the project conforms with the comprehensive plan in compliance with Government Code 65402C. And that requirement, that last action is necessary because it involves development by a public agency and the school. So that is staff's recommendation, and I'm available for any questions. And I know that the applicant, while they don't have a presentation, they are available here for questions should you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Commissioner Blau and then Commissioner Brightly.
Yeah, I just have one question, one concern. It always bothers me when you get a large group of children or a large group of anybody, and they only have one access point for EMTs. Did the fire department take a look at the site? I mean, 3 parking spaces for the school probably makes sense. You got one or two teachers. But my concern is if there were some emergency with one of the children or one of the teachers, and we only have one access point to the site, is that appropriate, or should there be a secondary emergency access where they can get to the classrooms through the parking lot, through the play area, or one of the other 2 streets that abuts the property?
Chair and Commissioner Blau, the fire department did review this project and issue a condition letter with their statement that they'll continue to serve the project, and they didn't have any conditions for additional access. There is at the site, the school staff could probably comment on this further, but in addition to the access along Valencia Road, that section that I was showing earlier that shows the portion of the fence that exceeds the height limit, that is a secondary entry and exit point. And so I believe that the fire department would also be able to park on Varley Street, and as long as they were able to access that, given access by someone at the school, there's a secondary gate right there that they could provide access, so they could pull right up on Varley Street and get in through there, or they could also pull up on Valencia.
Okay, so they're going to have a Knox box or some kind of way to make access through that gate area that the public would not have access to. That makes me happy. I mean, I like that idea. I just know that, I've been in situations before where, you get a car accident right at the entry of the site with the parking lot, and the ambulance can't get there, and the fire department can't get there. So if there's a secondary access and they can do it easily, I'm happy. That makes me happy.
Chair and Commissioner Blau, I don't know that 100% sure. I'll have to go back and look, and I'll get back to you after I answer Chair Bradley's questions. I'll double check. I'm not sure if the condition letter requires a Knox box at that gate, so I'll look into that. But the school may also have comments on what their standard protocol is for allowing access for emergency providers.
Thank you. Commissioner Brightly and then Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. Ms. Lowe, great staff report. I know this is a really tough site. I somehow remember watching the BAR meeting or SBAR meeting when this was going through last year, and I know it was a struggle for everyone to get an improved site with 3 frontages on this kind of a slope. So I think it's a good-looking project. I had a processing question. In my experience in other agencies, schools are exempt from local permitting altogether. So it has to be something with the coastal zone that's bringing this before you and requiring a CUP. I mean, obviously the county forgot to issue a CUP in the last time I was through. So is the CUP requirement for schools in the coastal zone a recent addition to the local coastal program? Or is it, and it's just because it's in the coastal zone that the county has authority over an otherwise regulated applicant like a school that would normally just go through the Office of State Architect? Can you help me understand that difference?
Chair and Commissioner Bradley, yes, and Mr. Price may weigh in as well, but my understanding, and we looked into this, is that the reason you already said it, it's because it's in the coastal zone that they have to come to us as a local jurisdiction to receive the coastal development permit. And there is, from my understanding, the option for the school to go to their board and to vote that they will, not have to come to us or not have to comply with certain of our ordinance requirements or regulations, but that didn't take place, and our ordinance requires that, because of the coastal zone, they have to come to us for the coastal development permit. So they do have an out through the state architecture, but it would require action through their board. So again, it is because of in the coastal zone that they have to get the permit for us.
I bring it up because I know, like Santa Barbara City College goes directly to the Coastal Commission for its permits. The city of Santa Barbara doesn't issue those. So anyway, it's a permitting wonk question. So that, and then on the slide that showed the highlight, you had a yellow highlight around the sidewalk along Varley, I think, isn't it? Can we zoom into that? Because I guess so how wide is that sidewalk going to be? And maybe this is something the applicant wants to explain.
It's a 5 foot wide sidewalk, and that was specified by Public Works.
Okay.
And this design, like sidewalk, curb and gutter, was discussed with Public Works, and they've approved preliminarily the site plan.
Really the most you can do on that property, and it's actually, it'll be a huge improvement. Okay, and then the last final question, just on the staff report. The conditional use permit conditions of approval, I didn't see those reiterated in the attachment of the CDP that we're approving. Is that, don't you normally take all the conditions of approval and you throw them into the final effectuating permit, or is this a different formatting we're doing now? I don't know.
Chair and Commissioner Bridley, the way the conditions are set up is there's 2 sets of conditions, one set for the conditional use permit, one set for the coastal development permit. And most of the conditions are repeated word for word. So for example, the Board of Architectural Review condition exists in both of them. But then there are permit specific conditions that if they relate only to a conditional use permit, then they're only in the conditional use permit set. And if they relate only to a coastal development permit, they're only in the coastal development permit set.
Okay. All right. That helps. Thanks, you guys.
And I was able to take a look, Commissioner Blau, at the fire department condition letter, and their condition letter says access approved as proposed. So there isn't specific language in there about a Knox box. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I neglected to indicate at the outset that I did visit the site. I hadn't been to the Summerlin School campus for many years, and the campus is amazingly difficult in terms of its site. I appreciate the BAR's input, but we really need to upgrade those school buildings. They're 50-year-old portables. They were never intended to last as long as they have, and I'm not sure what specific problems the school may have encountered, but it was very obvious from the visit that the buildings are below standard, and to me that outweighs some of the specific issues that staff and commissioners have raised. So I'm anxious to get this project approved as soon as we can and underway.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Mr. Price, I see you're here. Do you have anything as far as the applicant you'd like to discuss or?
Well, thank you. Very briefly, as Commissioner Cooney indicated, it's been a long time coming. And finally, with the passage of the bond supported by Carpentry and Summerlin residents, there have been funds for the first time made available for this really important project. And so we're thrilled to be able to receive your approval. We're appreciative of the work that Nicole and County Planning and Development staff have made on this project. We appreciate the support from Public Works, from Scott and Chris and Will, to be able to deal with some of the issues that have come up. And it's very exciting. Commissioner Blau made a comment or raised a question about the fire department. To the extent it's helpful, I can tell you that the fire station in Summerlin is approximately 100 yards from the site. In fact, I've got a Google picture up on my other screen, and I'm seeing the roof of the fire department right over the top of the tennis courts. So there is outstanding emergency access. And I know that the district would be happy to check in with the fire department to make sure that if needed, they would have access through the gates on Varley. And that's a very good suggestion. Regarding Commissioner Bridley's question, it's an interesting question. Actually, I think there is a resolution of exemption that was adopted by the school board some time ago. But the way that it works, as Director Plowman well knows, is that although the permitting of the school goes through the State Division of the Architect, nevertheless, because the coastal zone is actually something that was approved at the state level, what that means is that to the extent there are coastal policies that are incorporated within your zoning ordinance, then the county has jurisdiction. And so, for many years, the district and other districts in the county have worked with the regulatory agencies to identify areas where coastal zone policies are implicated and to work through the process with zoning authorities. And that was done here. Sometimes it can be an awkward process, but that was not the situation in connection with working with your staff. So we very much appreciate your support for this project and all the hard work that has gone into it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. We have a few questions for you. Commissioner Bridley?
I'm sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, Commissioner Blau?
No, I just want to say that I appreciate Mr. Price's comments. I will tell you that the Knox box issue that our planner referred to is not appropriate. There's a Knox box required in every building for the fire department to gain access to the buildings, but that's not necessarily true of the secondary access for the fence. So the fact that Mr. Price is appreciative of my comments, I appreciate. I just want to make sure that the fire department has the ability to get there and get there quickly and have more than one access point to the property. If that happens, and I'm not going to make it a condition of approval, but I appreciate the fact that Mr. Price is aware of it and the great fact that the fire department's right there. But just make sure they have access that's easy. I mean, sometimes, 30 seconds or a minute or minute and a half for an EMT could be an eternity.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, we didn't have anyone sign up for this item, but if anyone the president wants to comment, just raise your hand. I think that's a no, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We'll close the public hearing now and go back to Commissioner questions and deliberation. Okay, no questions, no deliberations. I think Commissioner Cooney's anxious to get this project through, as we all are. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say in moving for staff's recommendation that I appreciate very much the flexibility shown by Public Works, which have some standard conditions that, if applied to this project, would make it financially infeasible, or it's certainly very, very difficult for the school district. So, sometimes the good relations that exist within our general county staff really pay off, and this is one of those instances. So I echo Mr. Price's appreciation. And that is my motion. It's set forth on page 2 of our staff report dated June 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park?
I'm going to second the motion. I want to make a few comments. So even though this is not a controversial project here in front of us now, it is one of the most important we'll see. And I'm really happy they're doing this. I was thinking about this. My wife and I lived about 2 blocks from there over 40 years ago. And even then we would say to each other, boy, that school's kind of cramped and too bad these kids have to be in these portable housing. And so here we are 40 plus years seeing that fixed. And so that's a really good thing. And I wanted to compliment the applicant and their architect. I think that your architecture there fits right in, in the height of the buildings, the style and everything. This is just good for the kids and good for Summerlin. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Mr. Villalobos? Oh, hey, hang on, Commissioner Bradley?
Sorry, just another compliment. I should have done this when I was asking questions, but I also really wanted to compliment the architectural team. I know Mr. Wilcox and I've worked with him on other cases. So this is, again, a very, very tough site. 3 frontages, a slope that's pretty nutty, and a public school. So I am very impressed, and I think it's just going to make everybody in Summerlin, which has gone through a wonderful renaissance, very happy. So yay for Mr. Cooney's district, and I'm there a lot playing tennis at the Polo Club, so I like it too. Thank you, team.
Okay, very nice. Mr. Villalobos, can we go to vote, please?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson, we need a break for staff. Is 10 minutes enough time?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if we could take a 10-minute break, just allow staff to set up and get organized for the next 2 items would be great. Thanks.
Okay, we'll shoot for 10:55.
Job, Mr. Chair. We are racing through our items. This is like, wow.
Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin the next item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So let's move on then to item 3 on our standard agenda here today. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Sarah Triguero, appellant, to consider case number 28PL45, an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of case numbers 19 CUP 62, 20 AMD3, and 19 CDP 157.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Do we have site visits or ex parte? Commissioner Bridley?
I spoke with the appellant, Sarah Triguero, yesterday and also several weeks ago when this was first on the agenda. And I also had a site visit and spoke with Ms. Weber and Mr. Farrar and also Mr. Higgins and Mr. Eady on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney? I'm sorry, Commissioner Cooney, you're muted.
Apologize, hadn't returned altogether from the breaks. I had a meeting on Monday with the applicant team consisting of Aaron Weber, Graham Farrar, Nathan Eady, Jay Higgins, and then had several phone calls with Ms. Weber to schedule meetings and to discuss the project further. And finally, I had a message on my telephone from Mark Shatillo. I did not speak with Mr. Shatillo in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park?
I also had a message from Mark Shatillo this morning. And then I met yesterday with Aaron Weber, Jay Higgins, Nathan Eady, and some guy named Larry Farini in the morning. And then I also had a phone conversation with Aaron Weber at the end of the day.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Yes, and I did meet with the applicant team of Mr. Eady, Mr. Higgins, and Ms. Weber and Commissioner Park yesterday, and I've received multiple phone calls with Ms. Weber about the project and setting up today's hearing. Okay, so we got that one done. Let's go on to staff presentation then. Director Plowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to start out with some remarks about the process. And in particular with this case, there's been a lot of back and forth regarding the odor abatement plan for this project. And what I want to say to the commission and to the applicants and to the appellants and to the public is that in order for our staff to be able to conduct their job, provide proper review of an odor abatement plan or any new materials so that we can advise the Planning Commission as well as give the public an opportunity to review materials, we cannot accept late submittals. And while we encourage all the cooperation and collaboration that's been happening between the growers and the applicants, it's simply putting a huge amount of pressure on the department and the staff that's trying to process these cases with these last minute changes. And so we are going to be establishing some guidelines on when those submittals can come in. But if they continue to come in late, we will do what we don't want to do, and that is have to continue cases so the staff can provide a thorough review to ensure that it conforms with the code and there aren't any problems. So I just wanted to make that statement up front so everybody's aware of sort of what has been transpiring in an effort to make improvements. But again, the department has to have the time to be able to review these materials. The public has to have the time to review the materials. And we have to be able to give the commission our professional opinion about the status of the OAP. So in this particular case, we have had a lot of back and forth about the OAP, and I'm going to let staff make the presentation, and there'll be, I'm sure, further discussion about the status of that. But it's possible, and I loathe to do this, it's possible that this item might have to be continued if we cannot bring resolution to that particular issue. So I'm not foreclosing the idea of the commission being able to get something done today, but I just want to give the commission a heads up about what we've been dealing with. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, having heard that from Director Plowman, if you're telling me that staff has not had an opportunity to adequately review information that you've been given by the applicant or the appellant as of today, I'm inclined to make a motion right now to continue this to some future date to give you the opportunity to make that analysis. I don't want to sit here for the next hour and get information that may not be accurate or that the staff may not have analyzed correctly. I don't want to do that. I think that's doing a disservice to either the appellant or the applicant or both. And I don't know how my fellow commissioners hear about that, but from what you've just told me, this is not right. This is not ready to be heard. And I appreciate, I don't like, novels written by attorneys the day before the hearing.
Yep. Commissioners, sorry, Commissioner Blau. This is Travis Seawards. I would like to weigh in on this as well. And we appreciate very much Director Plowman's comments. We have been inundated with last-minute items on both of the cannabis projects before you today. As a result of a lot of back and forth with the applicant team, yesterday about 3 p.m. they did withdraw all of the materials that they have submitted since Friday related to an amendment odor abatement plan. And given that they have withdrawn all those materials and they are not before you officially at this point, I do think that you are able to hear the project based on all the material and the odor abatement plan that was given to you in the, Ms. Lara, could you tell me which memo I should be referring to at this point?
June 1st memo.
The June 1st memo. So we do think if you could hear the item based on all the materials you have from June 1st.
I appreciate that, but actually I don't. I just heard from Ms. Plowman that there is a plethora of information that might influence our decision, and the fact that some part of the applicants has withdrawn it, and it kind of reminds me of, when I first had my first study session, if you want to call it that, with Commissioner Smizer when he was there, and telling me that, Dan, you're just like a jurist when you sit on the planning commission. You have to make your decision based on the information that's presented at the hearing. And I said, I don't think so. If there's more information that's not presented at the hearing that might be germane to my decision, I want to know about it. So Ms. Plowman is telling me that there is a plethora of information that's been presented to you and now withdrawn that may have an influence on the decision I make going forward. No, I am not ready to make that decision until she tells me that all the information that should have come before us has come before us, and staff makes their informed recommendation to the commission as to how the staff thinks we should proceed. So at this point in time, unless I hear, differently from my fellow commissioners, I'm prepared to make a motion to continue it until staff is ready to make the proper presentation.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, I very much appreciate your support and making sure that we do the adequate review. I do want to say if my staff feels comfortable with the withdrawal of the additional odor abatement plans that came in since last Friday, I believe they have had sufficient time to review it and make a recommendation. So I just want to make sure that's clear before the other commissioners weigh in.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
Well, I think that last statement by Director Plowman goes to the heart of it. And but first I want to express my appreciation to her for thinking about this and for bringing it up now. And I want to express my appreciation to staff on this matter and other matters, because you don't really get adequate attention from us for all the preparatory effort for these hearings and the difficulty of doing that. And we get all these last minute communications and this and that and cause some of them. But, you know, you're the ones that have to document everything so carefully for the public record and for, you know, posterity to understand what we accomplished. And clearly that takes a lot of time. I appreciate it. Today, we'll just kind of have to let this unfold where we are. I'm not ready to even think about continuances or whatever until Commissioner Cooney weighs in. I will tell you, hoping not to make it more complicated, but so much of the information about odor abatement plans and so forth has been things that I've been really paying a lot of attention to and speaking a lot about at public hearings in the last few months on these cannabis items, especially in Carpinteria. And whatever's been withdrawn in order to make today's hearing go forward, I want those odor abatement plan provisions in this project. You know, I really do. I'm serious about that. So what effect that has on the hearing, we'll just have to see it unfold. And of course, like I said, I'll want to hear what Commissioner Cooney wants to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate what Commissioner Park is suggesting, that we go forward with the hearing today. And if it turns out that material is necessary for us to reach a conclusion on the application, we can take it up at that time. My own understanding of today's hearing is that we have an application and an appeal for a separate processing facility from the G&K operating nurseries. And the problem is the public, the staff to some extent, and we as commissioners tend to conflate those two issues. We want to know not only about the new project, but what's going on with the old. And as I understand staff's stern recommendation is that we separate those two issues. And today we only consider the processing in and of itself. And then at some point in the future, we're going to have to deal with the state of the remaining greenhouses. And I think the attempt of the applicant to throw in some positive information about what they're doing with the greenhouses confused the issue, but was appropriate given all the public concern. So if we have to leave it out today, I still think we can process the processing application, and I'd like to see it go forward to that extent. But the chair will have a significant role in limiting testimony and discussion to the new building proposed and the proposal that was appealed.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bridley?
So I concur with Commissioner Park, and I completely see, this is a complicated case because it's a development plan amendment, but for a new structure that I think has a lot of issues. Probably 75% of the issues around this one application that we're considering today are not tied up in the odor abatement plan feature that was the reason why it had to be withdrawn. So I think that we could still make really good progress getting through this hearing today on the new building, what it means in terms of this area of the county, and also public comment, because even in looking at all our public comments, the world is overlapping these two permits, which, you know, Commissioner Cooney was adroit to point out we have to keep separate. So just that one complication alone is going to take us more time than a regular hearing. So I would encourage that we move ahead today as far as we can. And to some extent, it's the applicant's decision about how much she wants to let us fold into a vote if we feel like there's additional features that we want to see in that OAP for this building. Then there's an opportunity to continue it later in the hearing. But it's on the agenda. We have time. We're ahead of lunch period. I say we go forward. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bridley. With that, and I want to thank Commissioner Cooney for the gentle nudge to for the chair to work on keeping this focused on the project before us. So I will do my best. And as usual, anytime any of the other commissioners see that we are getting off track, please let me know, and I'll do my best. Okay. So with that, we're going to move on to the staff report, please.
Great. Mr. Singer will be presenting today. Ben, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great.
Good morning, Chair Freeney and members of the commission. I am back for this item as well, a little bit earlier than I think any of us expected. But I'm presenting 20 APL 45, which is the Triguero appeal of the G&K Farms Cannabis Processing Building, which was cases 19 CUP 62, 20 AMD 3, and 19 CDP 157. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here. The project site is located between Highway 101 and Highway 192 or Foothill Road. It's approximately 4,000 feet northwest of the city of Carpinteria, which is shown in pink, and is across the street from the La Mirada existing developed rural neighborhood, which is shown in green, and that is the closest residential zone district to this project site. Next slide, please. This shows a closer view of the 14.66 acre property along with Foothill Road up on the top area, Highway 101 on the bottom left, and the La Mirada EDRN again. Next slide, please. The project went before the zoning administrator at the November 16th, 2020 hearing and was approved on that date. The appeal was filed on November 30th, 2020, citing 4 main reasons, which will be described shortly. The project was originally scheduled to be heard by the Planning Commission on May 5th, but was continued to June 2nd to allow further refinement of the odor abatement plan. On June 2nd, it was continued to today, June 9th, to allow for more time for those refinements to be submitted, as well as to work better with the appellant's schedule. Next slide, please. The proposed project on appeal to the commission today is for a new 25,418 square foot, 25 foot tall cannabis processing building and a new detention basin. Since the submittal of the appeal, the project has been revised with an updated odor abatement plan, which includes a second Byers Scientific vapor phase unit, as well as 2 new chiller units and 5 3,000 gallon water tanks. The project will employ an additional 50 new full-time employees. Next slide, please. The site plan is shown here. The green areas are the existing greenhouses, an existing warehouse, and some other small existing sheds. The greenhouses and the existing warehouse were approved under separate permits and are outside of the scope of the appeal and the project in front of the commission today, as referenced earlier. The project on appeal includes the new processing building shown in yellow, a detention basin, which is shown in dark blue and labeled, and the chillers and generators, which are shown in pink as pink dots kind of scattered throughout the site. The vapor phase units, both existing and proposed, are also labeled and shown as pink dots. Next slide, please. The first appeal issue raised is the contention that the project is outside of the scope of the Cannabis Programmatic Environmental Impact Report and could have impacts in the areas of air quality, utilities, agricultural resources, transportation, and traffic and noise. Staff's response is that the PEIR included mitigation measures for these impact areas, all of which have been applied to the project. All of the areas identified by the appellant and the associated mitigation measures are discussed in depth in the staff report. Staff finds that the project is within the scope of the PEIR and can be exempted from further environmental review with the CEQA checklist pursuant to section 15168C of the CEQA guidelines. Next slide, please. For the second appeal issue, the appellant argues that the required findings for approval for the minor conditional use permit, development plan amendment, and coastal development permit cannot be made. In response, staff finds that the project is consistent with all applicable policies and development standards of the comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan and Toro Canyon plan, as well as the Article 2 coastal zoning ordinance. Additionally, all findings for a minor conditional use permit, development plan amendment, and coastal development permit can be made, and the project is consistent with the Ag 1 zone district and meets the requirements of the cannabis regulations. Next slide, please. The third appeal issue is that the appellant brings is that the project will have health and safety issues for the workers in surrounding areas. In response, staff finds that the Cal OSHA is responsible for protecting the health and safety of workers in California. It is not an issue under this jurisdiction of the Coastal Zoning Ordinance Article 2. Additionally, there is no substantial evidence that volatile organic compounds from cannabis or the vapor phase system are associated with any chronic health risks. Next slide, please. The fourth appeal issue is the contention that the project was incorrectly noticed prior to the zoning administrative hearing. In response, staff finds that a noticing placard was placed at the easement entrance of Via Real and that a second placard was later placed on Foothill Road. Additionally, mailed notices were sent when the project was deemed complete by the planning department and prior to the zoning administrator hearing. Furthermore, the appellant attended the zoning administrative hearing, was informed of the appeal deadline, and was able to submit a timely appeal of the project, and no other appeals were filed for this project. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following action to deny the appeal, case number 20 APL 45. Excuse me, that should read 45. That is a mistake on my part. Make the required findings for approval of the modified proposed project as specified in attachment A to the staff report, which was dated April 27th, 2021, including California Environmental Quality Act findings. Determine that the previously certified programmatic environmental impact report is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162 and 15168C. And grant de novo approval of the modified proposed project case numbers 19 CUP 62, 20 AMD3, and 19 CDP 157, subject to the conditions included as attachment 1 to the staff memo dated June 1st, 2021. That concludes staff's presentation, and I am available to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Commissioner Blau?
Oh.
No. Okay, Commissioner Park?
Yes, Mr. Singer, in your description of the building, I didn't hear you talk about charcoal carbon scrubbers. And I know there's a little confusion right now. It's certainly in my brain about what the project is or isn't, because some things were withdrawn, the adaptive management protocols apparently. But are scrubbers part of this plan as you have it now, or is that something we have to add in?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, charcoal scrubbers are part of the processing building. I believe the most recent odor abatement plan is the one dated May 20th, which was included with the June 1st memo. That includes charcoal scrubbers and a number of other odor abatement methods within the processing building. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no more questions of staff. So we'll move on to the appellant presentation. And Ms. Triguero, I'm guessing that's going to be you presenting. The applicant has asked for 20 minutes, so you have 20 minutes as well.
Wonderful. Before I start, I would like to raise some points of order if I could.
Sure.
Outside of the context of the timed presentation. I would like to inquire about the nature of the ex parte discussions with Mark Chatillo. And I want to clarify that he is not at all involved in my appeal. He is not my representative, but perhaps he represents the applicant. I don't know if I could get some clarification on those ex parte discussions.
Commissioner Park.
You know, I could just simply read the two sentences from his text, which I think is an appropriate response. I mean, I think it's an appropriate request by Ms. Triguero. And so can I just read that?
It sounds great.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm not talking about the Foothills Preserve part. I'm talking about the other part. Coalition has worked with Graham and feel his project is worthy of support, improved odor plan, and on the path to the next gen scrubbers. So that's what Mr. Chatillo texted to me. And I think that Commissioner Cooney also reported that he was provided a text, and maybe it said the same thing or maybe something different. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had a very limited ex parte disclosure and experience with Mr. Chatillo. He left a telephone message. I didn't talk to him specifically at any time on this project, but he didn't disclose anything other than he was representing concerned citizens, a group of citizens who are concerned about generally cannabis operations in the Carpinteria Valley and probably elsewhere. But I did not have any direct conversations with Mr. Chatillo, and the extent of his very brief message was that we were working with the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Ms. Triguero?
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity and just want to make sure that he is not involved, that you're aware he's not involved in my appeal. I also just want to raise as a point of order, I am entirely unaware of these last minute discussions and documents that are being referred to by Lisa Plowman. I just want to comment. I'm perfectly fine with us proceeding today. But it would have been nice had I had an opportunity to see those things. I mean, it is what it is. We can proceed. It's just a little surprising to hear that. At any rate, so we can now start prepared remarks and timing, if that works.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Can we please show the presentation that I submitted? Wonderful. See, is there a way to make it large? Thank you. So just wanted to kick off and good morning and thank you, Chair and members of the Commission, by highlighting, just sort of an aerial view of the subject property and pointing out the EDRNs in the surrounding areas. I live in La Mirada EDRN, which is adjacent. Foothill Road, residences are nearby, as well as the Polo Field condos where many people live, and the Padaro Lane and Santa Claus Lane residences and beach access below. If we could go ahead and turn the page. One of my overarching concerns to this project, and it relates to some of what you guys were discussing a bit ago, has to do with the fact that the processing aspect on this site was not presented holistically from the get-go, along with the cultivation aspects, thereby trying to obviate holistic review and cumulative impact analysis. Basically what happened is the CDP for the greenhouse cultivation was approved in 2019, after which processing was added through a revision to permit without the opportunity for public comment or public process. And this was done a mere 6 weeks after the applicant having received the CDP approval. So a bit suspect, candidly, in my view. Then I think the second bait and switch happened, as relates to now seeing, of course, this amendment and application for the processing structure, the 25,000 square foot processing structure. I just find it interesting because back when the 2019 appeal for the CDP was heard, the appellant, Maureen Foley, at the time had raised a question and expressed some skepticism as to the operator's full intentions for the property, given that there was Byers system PVC piping in parts of the property that were not purportedly going to be used for cannabis activities. And the fact that we are now seeing rather cutely a processing facility being submitted for that very area does give me, frankly, a little bit of skepticism as to whether or not it was the operator's intention from the very beginning to conduct this type of processing activity and to construct this building on this property. And I just wish that it had all been done holistically and have been subject to a CUP as opposed to piecemealing. If we could turn the page, please. Fundamentally, I believe that this project would compound an existing unaddressed and illegal nuisance. County law does not permit nuisance from occurring and continuing, and that is exactly what we have happening today on this project site. I don't think it is, frankly, advisable to look at this in isolation. Good planning is all about looking at cumulative impacts. It's all about looking at density. It's all about looking at conformance with community plans. And when you have an existing nuisance on a property that is, it's a permitted activity that's causing a nuisance, I think that needs to be taken into account. And I think track record matters. We residents of La Mirada, Padaro Lane, the Foothill and condo neighborhoods, as well as the visitors to Santa Claus Lane, the associated beach areas, and the bikers on Foothill Road, hikers, were regularly subjected to noxious cannabis fumes that frankly put our quality of life and health at risk and really impede our ability to enjoy the coast. There have been countless complaints about the cannabis odors. I think we're all well familiar with that. I don't need to harp on it, but the issues are still persisting. The applicant has no doubt been testing new approaches. And while I appreciate that, the issues remain, the nuisance remains, and that's where we are today. So fundamentally, my belief is that we should wait for operators to prove that they can be good neighbors and that they aren't causing illegal nuisances before we greenlight expanded resident impacting operations. And that it doesn't make sense to come to the nuisance from a different angle and compound a situation with a poor existing operator track record. If we could turn the page, thank you. In addition, the county is currently unable to enforce even the meager required controls and conditions that are relevant at this property today. I'm not going to go into gratuitous detail on this other than to note that the business license renewal, which was due up for review 7 months ago, has still not been completed for this site. In addition, your planning commission's condition, which you put onto the CDP for 4 quarterly inspections, including review by a professional engineer and industrial hygienist as part of those 4 quarterly inspections, has not been occurring. And the reason for that relates, as I understand it, based on conversations that my neighbors have had with staff, with the fact that the 3 neighboring properties have not yet received permits. And so the planning department doesn't have technology right now that would allow them to definitively pinpoint from where odors are being experienced in residential areas. And I want to be clear, I appreciate staff. This is not the fault of county staff. It's readily apparent that they're trying their best here, but that they're overwhelmed and not sufficiently funded or equipped with the technologies that they need to enable them to conduct even the most basic of controls that were established to safeguard residences. So we basically have a situation with a poor operator, existing track record, combined with the county's inability to effectively enact and implement the controls that were already put in place on this property. And you combine those two things, and it's just a really tall order, quite candidly, for us residents who have been living with the impacts and suffering with the impacts for ourselves and our families, to be told that things must proceed. If we could please turn the page. Thank you. Sometimes a picture is truly worth 1,000 words, and this is definitely the case here. So what you're seeing is a screenshot from the county's permit pipeline. This shows already permitted areas as well as applications that are in review. What it does not show, I don't believe, is affidavit grows that haven't yet submitted into the pipeline. However, I think the density here is abundantly clear. That notwithstanding, I shaded a rectangle around what I affectionately call the Endeavor rectangle, which is sort of our Bermuda Triangle of cannabis here in Carpinteria Valley. And as you can see, abuts several EDRMs and areas where people live. There are actually about 5,000 people that live between Endeavor and Linden in the Carpinteria Valley. So this is not an insignificant amount of people living here, and it's a lot of density. And fundamentally, if I just step back 10,000 feet, my real issue from a planning perspective as relates to this particular project at hand has to do with comprehensive plan, and Coastal Act incompatibility. If you look at the Toro Canyon Community Plan, if you look at the Coastal Act, Article 2, et cetera, the consistency finding here is just, it defies logic, in my view. I believe this project will be very detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, and that it is incompatible fundamentally with the surrounding area. And why do I say that? I think there are several key considerations, and I've enumerated these in my lengthy appeal. And by the way, thank you for reading it. I appreciate that. But considerations include rural residential character. So this area of the Carpinteria Valley is all about open field agriculture, low density housing. It's supposed to be a pretty bucolic, scenic place to live along the coast. Yes, we have legacy greenhouses, but the way that the greenhouse overlay was enacted, there are actually, you can look at the intention of that. There are actually provisions in the agricultural overlay in Carpinteria that if a greenhouse goes vacant for 2 years or more, that it's required to be demolished because there is a desire to return things where possible to open field agriculture. And I don't think you can argue that a processing warehouse is in any way, shape, or form advancing the goal of open field agriculture or returning it. I also just want to point out as a rather almost humorous, if it weren't sad, situation with the processing facility relying on some extent to a 1983 conceptual approval of a 6th greenhouse where it would be located. Obviously I'm 39 years old. 1983 is the year after I was born. That hasn't happened. It's been a very long time. And to use that as sort of the crux for getting an approval for a processing facility now seems a bit cute. I'm also concerned, in addition to the rural residential character aspects, with frankly the adequacy of public services and resources. And if you want to talk about this project, let's talk about electric use. Let's talk about electric load on the Carpinteria fragile infrastructure and grid. And let's also talk about the fact that with this kind of density that we're seeing here in the Endeavor rectangle and the amount of processing facilities that are being proposed, we can expect, I think, to see quite a strain on our electrical grid resources. And I'm concerned about that. Also, we have regular power outages throughout the Carpinteria Valley, and I mean, we all live it. And the use of emergency generators, diesel-powered emergency generators, is a significant environmental concern from my standpoint as well. In order to have effective odor control, you have to have electricity provision, 24/7. But the next best approach is not really great from that perspective. Safety, I enumerate a lot of concerns in my appeal. I'm not going to harp on them here, other than to say that I do believe there's fire risk from some of the electrical aspects as well. Preservation of prime agricultural soils, I do really want to talk about this. You know, if you think about the addition of a processing warehouse, it's never going back to prime agricultural soils at that point. The ship has sailed if that occurs. I'm also distressed by the extent of the cut and fill for this project. So 1,400 cubic yards of prime agricultural soil cut and fill. That is enough soil to spread across over 3 acres, 3 inches deep. It's unfortunate. I'll talk momentarily about biological resources in the environmentally sensitive habitat in the coastal areas, so I won't harp on that here. View sheds. I do believe coastal view sheds are important, and I'm not talking selfishly as a property owner who does have a view onto this property. I'm talking more about public view sheds and the Toro Canyon Ridge Trail, which does have a view of this particular project site. I think it's very hard to argue that the contours of this processing warehouse would conform to the natural landscape. And last and not least, you know, I want to talk about here cumulative impacts, and the fact that when you have the level of density that we see here in this Medeba rectangle, when you have the level of license stacking that we see, it's very hard to argue that there won't be very pervasive and sort of systemic effects that affect the safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, incompatible with the Toro Canyon Plan and Coastal Act. In addition, I have significant coastal considerations and concerns relating to conflicts from odor and air quality with recreational use and visitor serving uses in the coastal zone. So if we could turn to the next slide. Thanks so much, by the way, for advancing these. Environmentally sensitive habitats and coastal health, I believe, are put significantly at risk by this project. So this project for the processing facility is in a mapped riparian esh area of Arroyo Paredon. Arroyo Paredon is a coastal stream in a high flood hazard area. And due to the density of this project and the surrounding pipeline projects, there are significant unforeseen impacts that may arise from the accumulation of vapor phase system compounds into the air, soil, and water as they fall naturally to Earth. So look, the way that these biosystems and other vapor phase technologies work is they emit compounds, the nature of which has not been fully disclosed at a chemical level, but they emit compounds that fall to Earth and they degrade over time. 90% for buyers, we've been told by the manufacturer that 90% of that degradation occurs during month 1, but the product doesn't fully degrade until 2 months. And what happens is if you're constantly emitting a substance at high rates, you have it degrading, but because you're constantly emitting it, you actually end up building up a terminal concentration that's much higher than your day 1 dose. And in this case, we can expect, based on mathematical calculations, of up to 1,565% of the day 1 dose of Ecozorb falling to Earth and being present in the environment, present in soil, present in water, present in the coastal feeding stream. And that makes me very nervous. And present, frankly, in our prime agricultural soils. I don't know if you've driven past this site and have seen the sort of dying trees, some of which have since been replaced that, abut for screening purposes, but it doesn't seem like it's helpful for plant life. The other thing I would just note here is that the increase in built structures, the increase in traffic, in worker activity with the addition of 50 workers, as well as the additional use of these vapor phase odor control systems, all of these things conspire to put additional pressure on the environmentally sensitive habitat. In addition, you have the release just generally of cannabis terpenes, which combined with nitrous oxide from the freeway can lead to the formation of dangerous ground level ozone, which is a risk to human, plant, and animal health. Fundamentally, I believe that what's happening here would equate to an unprecedented and gravely irresponsible ad hoc unscientific experiment upon the health of the ash and the health of surrounding residents. And I believe we're jeopardizing the ability of residents and visitors to enjoy the beach and the coastal zone, clean air and water being paramount as considerations. If we could please turn the page. So in closing, thank you very much for your time. I've sort of summarized the core crux of my arguments here. Poor process, existing nuisance that this project would compound, ineffective oversight at this time to protect residents, fundamental incompatibility with comprehensive plan and coastal act considerations, and impacts on the environment as relates to an ash. So respectfully, I urge you to deny this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Triguero. Any questions of the commission of Ms. Triguero? Commissioner Park?
Mr. Carroll, I would imagine you've been following these projects for quite some time, given where you live.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the adaptive management protocols for the CVW project that was approved?
I am familiar with the adaptive management protocols that have been submitted for this project, and I am familiar with some, although I haven't read recently the adaptive management controls you're referring to for that other project. Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say.
And the ones that were submitted.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. I guess what I would say, I'm aware of these private agreements more generally between some neighbors and some growers. And while I think it's great that they're collaborating and trying, I don't, as someone with a legal background and someone who lives here and breathes this every day and drives past these places every day, I don't think they're worth the paper they're written on from an enforceability standpoint pragmatically. And the reason for that is that, you know, private party agreements are only enforceable if you want to take them to court or take them to arbitration. And really, you still end up in a situation where the grower is the party that's making the determination as to whether an odor complaint has merit. And that doesn't sit right with me. To me, the question of who decides from an institutional competency standpoint is actually very important to prevent a situation where you have the fox guarding the hen house. I think the role of government here to me is actually extremely important to be an independent arbiter and decider based on empirical information as to the nature of these odor complaints that residents quite genuinely have.
You know, I agree with you with regard to having some enforceability and government role. The CVW conditions of approval, that wasn't a private agreement. It was spawned by private negotiations, but became something that became part of that project that includes a tiered response program and then a requirement that they go to best available control technology to actually fix it. So I thought it was a major improvement. And when you refer to what you've seen here, I don't see that in particular in the May 20 OAP. I do see it in the one that was submitted more recently, June 1.
Yeah.
Okay. A follow-up question, and you know you'd have to hear this given so many Santa Barbans in the area, and anybody who is a graduate of Santa Barbara High like me would have to ask, how are you related, if at all, to Jack Triguero?
I'm quite related to him. I'm his daughter-in-law. I'm married to his son, Tim. And he's
There
doing
you
well.
go.
I'll tell him you say hi.
I do. No one who was ever one of his students would ever forget him.
And he was coach when I was a Don. I remember that name. I forgot to ask the repellent that yesterday when I talked to her. But
His reputation precedes me.
Okay. All right. Let's move on now to the applicant's presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Farini. Staff, if you could please put up our presentation, I'd appreciate it. While they're doing that too, also a general thank you to staff, echoing what a number of the commissioners said. they get thrown a lot and do a great job fielding it. So it is much appreciated. If you could advance to the next slide, please. So it's great to, I guess, almost see everybody. I miss when we get to used to get to do these things in person. It's been I think over 2 years, and I've missed you guys. So I appreciate everyone taking the time to have us back and review this project. I'm actually really proud of this project. Before we get to that, I do want to make one mention that Sarah's comment. She mentioned documents that she was unaware of. All the documents that were provided were also sent to her, sometimes in parallel with being sent to the county. Certainly no intention or even the allowance of anything being missed. There was really just one additional document, which was the OAP amendment addendum that had a tiered corrective action response program, which is something that we understand both the commission and the appellant wanted, and we are agreeable to it and support it. And I think we set the gold standard 2 years ago when we were before you, and since then some of those standards have evolved, thankfully, and gotten better, and we agree with them, and fully support that. There were no other additional documents provided by our team, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. If anybody needs a copy of those emails, we're happy to provide them. So, back to it. Actually, I'm really excited about this project. I think it's an opportunity to do something for the first time in Carpinteria, which is to build a purpose-built facility for the processing of cannabis as opposed to conversion. So, and it really, I think there's a lot of things to be excited about this. We've got a great team here. It's a deep bench of expertise that should be able to address really all areas of this particular project, our operations that the commission might have. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, really the entire purpose of this is in large part for the control of odors, right? So this is the state-of-the-art, purpose-built, from the ground up, odor control based facility for processing cannabis. There is not another one of these in Carpinteria of this design, where we knew from the beginning that it was not going to be used for packing flowers, but it was instead going to be used for the drying and processing of cannabis. For clarity, in case anyone needs it, in this case, processing has nothing to do with manufacturing. There's no extraction. It is literally taking a plant from a greenhouse, drying it, and then trimming it with scissors, basically. So it is a very low impact environment. It's done in a climate controlled space, in this case with state-of-the-art design and technology. So we designed this building to be airtight from the beginning. Again, different than a conversion from a storage shed or flower packing warehouse, as mostly what you see in Carpinteria. We're proposing elevated levels of best available control technology with specifically designed HVAC, negative pressure. I forget the count, there's 19 or whatever the exact number is, carbon filtration air scrubbers in this project. We'll get into those details. It'll be the first of its kind in Carpinteria, and we hope that not only can it be the best, but it can set a new standard for what is the best. So, why do we need this? The appellant raised, a comment on piecemealing. That is definitely not the case here. I think that's most evidenced by the fact that we have been operating for nearly 2 years without it. Regardless of how things goes, it'll be at least another year until this is open and occupied. An operation that functions for 3 years without something is, I think, by definition, not piecemealing, right? This is now just what you expect to happen over time: improvements, abilities to improve efficiencies, abilities to leverage new, best available knowledge and technology and odor control. That's exactly what we want to see happen, not something that we want to discourage. So that said, it is fair to ask, why are we here and what are we looking for? And really what it is, it's about tuning business efficiencies. Currently, everything that we cultivate on site has to be taken. I'm sorry, next slide, please. I forgot to after the advance. So back to it. Why do we need this warehouse? Is to improve business operations. Everything that we grow today is taken offsite for processing, right? So functional, works. We've been doing it for, will be 2 years, probably 3 years, but there is a better way that reduces vehicle trips. It reduces our carbon footprint. It has better control of odor than our current operations. We will be able to take what we're growing, which this does not expand or intensify in any way, and we will be able to process it in a purpose-built design, negative pressure, carbon filtered building, basically from start to finish. So it solves significant logistical hurdles for us. It improves odor control. It keeps the high value processing within Santa Barbara County as opposed to now when much of that has to leave. So our business gets better, the odor control for the community gets better, the benefit from the county gets better. It's a win-win-win across the board. Next slide, please. So this, what's unique about this is that we know the purpose of it before it's built, not something that was built 30, 40 years ago and then converted, but being built now with an explicit design to control odors from its very, design ethos and inception. I think we are very right now focused in our existing operations on improving the odor on Foothill. We know that there is a lack of satisfaction there. I actually think the fact that we're talking about odor control on Foothill Road, which is not the standard of the ordinance that we committed to you guys and this commission when we were here two years before, is what we're talking about versus residential areas, which is the standard, right? So this farm was purpose-picked for its compliance with the ordinance. It is one of the best farms in terms of its distance from residential areas. It is not the best farm for distance to roads. So we are committed to improving the odor on Foothill Road 10 feet behind our farm. But the fact that we're talking about that is actually an indication of progress rather than residential areas. So excited that we have this now, which will give us further tools, better abilities to control odor to help in that mission. Next slide, please. We submitted for this and been pending for almost 18 months. So, quite a while into this process. You can see the dates before you. I think it is worth noting that we've essentially voluntarily delayed this project because of our interest in developing and finalizing an adaptive odor management program. We've been working extensively with the community on improving this because we think that transparency on both directions is beneficial to all, or at least all those who want to see odor solved. Next slide, please. In general, our commitment to the community remains stronger than it ever was. I was one of the original founding members of Carp Growers. I served as the president. I've served as the vice president. I currently continue on the board of directors, fully committed to our mission, Carp's mission of encouraging and developing best practices and community involvement. We did a ton of stuff through COVID. I think, the entire community banded together. We were happy to be a part of that. Food Bank, Keep the Lights On, local restaurants, Girls Inc., many programs around there that Carp has been instrumental in. Of course, our primary focus is on odor, and that is where we dedicate, the majority of our resources. We've been doing a lot there, working with understanding odor compounds, working to develop odor detection thresholds, building more specific and precise devices for measuring odor objectively. I think something everybody would like to have. We keep looking for that sound meter of odor levels because I think it'd be tremendously valuable. But in my opinion, the most important thing that we've been doing is collaboratively funding and developing researches of better technology to control odor. I think certainly at this point, collectively, we're into the millions of dollars of investment into finding those improved technologies. A lot of promising stuff, things that we're committed to developing. We committed to this commission for BACT. As soon as we have that and have the pathway, we remain committed to it, regardless of, frankly, what happens here today. Next slide, please. Within the applicant, within Sarah's appeal, there was a number of great suggestions, which we appreciate. We have the opportunity to meet with her, which we also appreciate. And we have incorporated all of those project-specific suggestions that she had are in the project that is before you now. So, a few examples on page 15, she asked for state-of-the-art, custom, appropriately engineered HVAC ductwork systems that have carbon filtration and negative pressure and appropriate air changes. All of that is engineered into this project. She also wanted to see architects on page 18 and engineers to do the calculation on air exchanges. That's in this project. Those architects and engineers are here today if you have questions. A system that could basically say, objectively that odor will not be detectable in residential zones. Also something that we achieved. And frankly, and then, above and beyond that, the environmental issues that were raised in Sarah's presentation today, all of those things are made better by this project. Next slide, please. So while we incorporated every single suggestion that the applicant made into this particular project, we are also aligned with her on the broader issues of things like understanding ODTs and how you measure emissions. These are all things that Carp Grower has been working on for over a year. We have significant progress on this, both in agreements and understandings and community relations. And it's something that we're really excited about and committed to. And I think we're making great progress for where we have been, and that right here on the horizon, there's unique and significant advances that we have before us, and things that we are all fully committed to, both as operators and as Carp Growers. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jay Higgins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Jay Higgins. I am one of the land use agents for the applicant. I know we all want to get to the odor and odor management components quickly, so I'll be brief with some boring entitlement history. The project site in its developed state was originally approved by the Planning Commission in 1982. That entitlement was a development plan, and it was for 415,000 square feet of greenhouse space. In 1986, the property owner applied for a modification to the 1982 development plan with a request for 16,000 square feet of additional area in the form of a new warehouse. The Planning Commission approved the 16,000 square feet of warehouse, but it was in exchange for some of the remaining approved greenhouse area that had not yet been built or constructed. So the 1,415,000 square feet of approved building area on the site did not change in 1986. Our proposal does not seek to increase any new greenhouse area. We are living within the confines of the original entitlement. Today on site, there is an existing 375,000 square feet of greenhouse space, the 16,000 square foot existing warehouse approved in 1986, about 3,000 square feet of small accessory buildings for a total of 376,000 square feet of building area. So adding the proposed 25,000 square foot building will bring the total area up to 401,000 square feet of building area, which is 14,000 square feet under the original development plan. As to why our project still requires discretionary review, we are actually becoming conforming to the Carp Ag overlay ordinance because we're advised by staff that this project qualifies as a packing and shipping facility of over 5,000 square feet. And that bit of code is found only in Carpinteria that requires a use permit for such a project in section 35102.5F.5. Note, the requirement for the discretionary review and entitlements triggered full review by the county subdivision review committee, the Board of Architectural Review, and the zoning administrator. And so we're now on our fourth public review or public hearing, and only have made some very minor changes to the project since the zoning administrator hearing last November. And staff included those in our presentation. They include some minor water tanks and HVAC support equipment. Of course, we've also tried to up the ante on the odor abatement procedures. Your commission has discussed over the last few months, we've been paying attention, obviously, to how those procedures have evolved or are evolving. But ultimately, we understand there's some constraints to that proposal that staff has alluded to. So let me at this point turn it over to our architect and engineering team so that you can get a feel for what we've done so far to design this building and project before you to what is clearly a backed level odor eliminating building. Thank you.
You're muted, Kent. Kent, we can't hear you. Jay, can you tell Kent that we can't hear him?
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, you guys. I didn't realize I was on mute. Thank you, commissioners. I'm Kent Mixon. partner of Androlitis Mixon Architects. And I want to get into speaking with you guys today in a little more detail about how we intend to build this facility. As Graham mentioned, it's a ground-up facility, purpose-built for this special use and for this specific client. Rarely in Santa Barbara do we get that opportunity because we're typically working with 40, 50, 60-year-old buildings that we are having to retrofit, that are inefficient, that are leaky. And we just kind of can do the best we can with those buildings. This case is different. We're getting to, build the onion layer by layer here and to reach our desired outcome, which is, a tightly constructed building that's efficient and that it's effective for its purposes for the inhabitants and for controlling any odors to escaping to the surrounding area. So if we get into it, actually, if you could advance to the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is our floor plan. The area is in two distinct zones. Basically, our processing area that's surrounded by the red dashed line, and then the non-processing area, which is kind of support break room, toilet rooms and area. So the processing area is where the cannabis processing is occurring. You can see the note there that's a negative pressure. Keep that in mind. We're going to circle back to that later on when the mechanical engineer speaks. But I just wanted to note that. If you could advance to the next slide. So I apologize, this looks complicated, but let me break it down for you. This slide is exactly like the one that you saw before. The only difference here is that the mechanical units that are on top of the processing rooms are shown. And if we zero into the next slide here, you can see in a little more detail kind of what's happening. It's showing the HVAC units that are controlling each processing room. They're in the duct runs, and it shows the exterior boundaries of the walls surrounding this area. Each room will have its own dedicated HVAC air handling system. In some cases, there will be two units associated with the larger rooms. You'll also see the green boxes associated with those air handling units. Those are the active carbon scrubbers that are integral to each individual piece of equipment and will be constantly recirculating the air and filtering it on a continuous basis. Now let's look at, you can see on there's a red boundary line surrounding the building. That's the exterior shell. And then there's a blue wall that you see inside that. That's the interior shell of the building, which basically encompasses the processing rooms. And if you look at the next slide, you can kind of see here clear kind of what's happening. It's essentially a building within a building. You have the red area, which is the exterior shell. Yeah, and then you have the interior envelope, which is the blue shell, which encompasses the processing rooms, and then the mechanical and supports the mechanical platform. And if we zoom into the wall section that's circled there on the left, if you go to the next slide, we can kind of start to dissect the individual layers of the building. This is a metal building. It will be clad in a steel corrugated siding and roof. Once that's in place, we'll come in and spray the entire interior surface of the building, roof and walls, with a spray foam insulation that expands to 100% of its size when it's initially sprayed. So what happens is it effectively it basically gets rid of all crevices and voids and basically attaches to the building and becomes a monolithic barrier between the interior and exterior for the shell. On top of that, we'll have you'll see just inside that to the left of the blue line is a 2-inch thick rigid foam insulation panel that's faced in aluminum, goes together with a tongue and groove kind of sealed connection. And that is very much like a commercial walk-in refrigerator, freezer type of a thing, very efficient as well. And then we get into the interior shell of the building, which is the blue. Conventionally framed, it encompasses our processing rooms and supports the mechanical platform, sealed in chipboard and also fully insulated as well. So you can see there, I've identified 4 separate layers that kind of make up the shell of this facility. It's, in my opinion, what we're building here is a highly efficient building. And that, in combination with the mechanical system, will provide a very good environment for the working inhabitants, and also help to control any odors from escaping from this building. And with that, I'll hand it over to Wayne Adams, our mechanical engineer, and who designed the mechanical system. You want to advance to the next slide?
Advance to the next slide. Good morning, commissioners. My name's Wayne Adams, and I'm a professional mechanical engineer here in Santa Barbara, and my firm is AG Mechanical Engineers. I'm here to describe the odor control system designed for the building. As Kent discussed earlier, a major part of the odor control system is sealing the building shell. The tighter the building is built, the more control we have over the movement of air inside, into, and out of the building. The building design has 3 levels of mechanical odor control. The first level of control is to control the leakage out of the building shell. We've designed in a fan and duct system inside the building, which will create a negative pressure inside the building. This will create air movement from the outside to the inside. So the air is always going to move into the building, keeping the odors inside the building. The negative pressure airflow will be exhausted through scrubbers with activated carbon filters. The exhaust system will also have a control system to maintain the negative pressure in the building. So when you open doors, the fan will ramp up to increase the airflow through the doors. And when the doors close, they can ramp back down. Second level controls are the reduction of odor inside the building. So if we can control that odor inside the building, it'll have less. If there's any kind of slight leakage, it would be less to leak out. So that's done through the recirculated air systems with the scrubbers with the active carbon filters. In each system, and there's approximately like 19 of them in the processing part of the building, will have these scrubbers. The third level of control is the air curtains over each of the doors that open exteriorly in the processing area. The air curtains will assist in keeping the odors in the building when they open up, and in the meantime, when the fans are wrapping up, there'll be a period of time where there won't be an excessive amount of air coming through the door, so we have these air curtains to keep the air, any kind of odors, into the building. Now, according to Camfield, one of the leading air filter companies, and that's the people who build these air scrubbers, removing cannabis will require molecular type filters. And these molecular type filters uses active carbon. Now, with active carbon, you need to have resonant time, and that's the key process of removing the odors and molecular filters. The resonant time is the time that the molecules will spend on the active carbon itself. So Camfield states that residence time is the most important thing in removing these odors versus trying to do a lot of air changes. So as a mechanical design professional, it's my opinion that this system that I've described above is the best way to mechanically control the odors in that building. Thank you. And we'll turn it over to Graham.
Commissioner Blau, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. We've heard a lot about, we're learning more and more about carbon filtration systems. And one of the questions I had was, how often do you change or clean the carbon? That's something I haven't heard of. I haven't heard a definitive answer yet.
Well, they're going to have to get on a program because, you know, it's not like the filters actually clog up. And so the active carbon, you know, they'll have to take samples out of the carbon and send it down to a lab, and they'll test them and see how much they're charged up with the chemicals. So they're and keep on top of it and test the carbon on a regular basis. And that's the best way. And these cylinders are all reactivated. They send them down to the various facilities down south, and because of the active carbon, the cannabis business, they're actually going to build a facility nearby in LA to do the reactivation of the carbon. Thank you.
Okay, but because the reason I asked the question is that we're trying to figure out where the odors are going to be coming from in a certain building. So you have your building here, and you're doing all the right things, and we got somebody else that's got a similar type building, and they're not cleaning, they're not testing their carbon filters, and we have difficulty, determining who is causing the odor and who's not. So I'm wondering if there isn't some kind of a log that you need to prepare for the county that shows where, yours are tested every. You tell me, you're the engineer. I'm not the guy that can tell you what the frequency should be, but I need you to tell me what the frequency is, and I need you to report to the county what that is, and somehow get the operator to comply with it and demonstrate that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Is that something that's reasonable?
Yes, most of these, like Canfield has a program with these active carbon filters. They can come up and log in their testing and replacement of the active carbon. That's and that occurs at all the various gas processing plant up in the Chevron plant. Up there at Gaviota, Popco plant, I worked on those and did the scrubbers for those. And there's a whole process of making sure that those filters are active and able to remove these chemicals.
Okay, and I guess we just need to have the county receive some kind of report from you to demonstrate that that's been done. So I don't know if that's part of your conditions now, but it's something I would ask staff to develop a program so that I want to be able to identify your processing plant as not being an emitter of odors in case there is a complaint from the odors in the surrounding area.
Yeah, and I think to jump in on that, those are logs that we will be keeping. One of the things that I like about that is there's empirical analysis and data so that we can submit a log of the testing results to show that the carbon filtration air scrubbers that we have are functioning as they're designed to and not just existing, which is obviously not enough.
Perfect for me. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so just to finish up, staff, if you could advance to the final slide here. So, I understand and respect, appreciate everybody's time today, respectfully ask for support of our project. I understand that the appellant and some of the members of the community are eager for solutions, not just as it pertains to the ordinance, but also along Foothill Road. We are somewhat constrained by the scope of the hearing today, but that does not constrain our commitment to addressing and striving to improve the odor on Foothill Road. That is also not constrained carp growers' commitment to accelerating solutions to odor. If we have any questions around future odor development in carp, we also brought Nathan Eady from SCS. He's here to answer any questions on that. So, in conclusion, a reminder that we bought this property in 2019 based on the county's ordinances. This farm is on ag zone land and is one of the best locations for its distance from residential zones. We're not proposing any new development here. This is just a previously entitled square footage, already approved on the property, already entitled. We are proposing a project that controls odors, improves our business practices, and improves the benefits to Santa Barbara County. We know that odor is the most important issue to the community. We are confident that this project will make that better. And thank you very much.
Commissioner Park. Commissioner Park, did you have questions? Commissioner Park.
Yes, I'm not getting very good audio from Mr. Farrar, but let me go ahead and ask my questions if we're at that time.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to ask a couple of very specific questions and two general ones. And my specific ones might be better for the mechanical engineer. Sir, you referred to, I think, resident time for the carbon filters. And I'm not even sure I heard that term correctly. What is the term and what does that mean?
Can you guys turn the volume off? Because we're going to go.
Am I on? Yeah. Yeah. Resident time is, when we size up these filters, CAMFEL helps us do all this, and it has to do with how long the molecules, as it passes through the filter, stays on the carbon. So that's an important thing, because the longer you keep the air on the carbon, the more of the chemicals it removes. So and I had spoken to CAMFEL several times how important that is, and you can cheapen up the job by having low residence time, but I think with the situation here, you'd want to have a lot of residence time. And the exact numbers I don't have right in front of me as far as time that it stays on, but it's in fractions of of minutes, of time. So does that answer your question? I
didn't quite get how you regulate or influence that residence time. I didn't understand how you regulate or influence the residence time.
Well, it has to do with how many cartridges you have in a filter and how much air you're moving through it. So the more cartridge you put, the more longer the residence time is, and more efficient the carbon filter works. So and also there's longevity to having long residence time, because then you have more pounds of carbon in your filter. So those are important elements.
Let me go on to another term that I'd like you to just kind of define that I saw in the site plan, and it's air curtain. And I want to preface that by, I think the first cannabis facility I ever visited was with Mr. Farrar a couple of years ago. Probably the Casitas one, and we go in and out of the building, and you're trying to scrub the air and so forth. But we were going in and out of plastic curtains and just regular old farm doors and things. And now I see that here in this building, which is built from scratch, you refer to air curtains. And could you just tell us what that means?
Well, air curtain is a device, and you probably have been around it in restaurants, in the back rooms of the restaurant. They use them to keep stuff from coming into the buildings. They use them also for cold storage plants. And they sit them over the door so that when you open the door, the air pushes down at a really high velocity inwards into the building, and it actually sucks air from the outside in. So it prevents the cold air from leaving the cold storage facility. This will, and odors is similar to the cold, right? So you don't want that cold to leave the facility. You don't want the odors to leave the facility. Now, to remind you, we have a negative pressure going on. It's not, when the door opens, there's still movement from the outside inwards. And we're just trying to have another barrier to help us prevent from odors from going out while the fan ramps up. So it's like that third element. So we're doing a sort of a 3 safety system here to try to prevent the odors from leaving the building.
Well, thanks. My next 2 questions are more general and probably better that I ask them of Mr. Farrar. And Mr. Farrar, are you on the?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm here.
Gotcha. Okay. So, as I understand it right now, you send your product to Lompoc for processing, and right?
Yeah, correct. We have to do everything off-site there, so some of it goes to Lompoc, correct? The city of Lompoc specifically.
So it gets. We got one truck trip. We got a truck trip to Lompoc. We wind up paying taxes in Lompoc, in the city of Lompoc, instead of in the county of Santa Barbara, right?
Yeah, on a portion, it's divided, so it actually transfers. It transfers at a kind of work in progress price, and then is finished in Lompoc, and then goes out to the final packaged form from the city of Lompoc.
And then it comes down to a distributor, which is kind of back down here, right?
Yeah, the distributor we use is actually located in the city of Goleta.
Yeah. So basically, if you have this processing on site, you eliminate 2 trips, along the Santa Barbara area to Lompoc and back, and you enhance the tax collections in the county of Santa Barbara.
Yeah, it is more efficient for our business. It is better for the environment, and it is more beneficial for the county of Santa Barbara for us to be able to do this on site. So everybody wins.
Yeah. Can you go back on your slideshow to the last slide that had text on it? It was right before the site plan. Could somebody do that?
The alignment with appellant one, I think it's slide 9.
Yeah. I just want to, and can I'm not sure who's managing the PowerPoint presentation, but whoever is, can we go back to that slide? It's about 4 or 5 back, and was right before the site plan. It had.
I think we're on it now. I think it's the alignment with appellant slide. It was slide 9 as I think the last text before we got into architectural designs and stuff like that.
Okay, and it's not on my screen. I can't see it, but it says something about delayed appeal hearings in April, May to.
Oh, okay. You're looking
adaptive management.
The timeline, I think, which was slide 6. There you go.
Okay, and do you see where it says delayed appeal hearings in April, May?
Yep.
And it's to something, and I'm missing the verb because I can't see it, to something adaptive management.
Yes, but delayed appeal
provisions.
hearings in April, May to finalize the adaptive management program. Is that bullet point?
The final, okay. Could you elaborate on what you meant by that and what that was all about?
Sure. So one of the things that we've been working on myself as well, in collaboration with Carp Growers, is the idea that we can develop a better adaptive management and tiered response program for odor management, one that would have enhanced transparency for the operators, which allows us to get data in more real time so that we can do a better job of deducing the root causes and solving issues, and also one that gives the community a bit more transparency and how their the complaints that they make are treated. Right now it's a fairly opaque process on both sides, and so our goal was make that process more transparent, make it more real time, make it more constructive and productive, and also have a agreement on how things are handled. If it's something that's resolved quickly, that's great, and if it's not, what do we do next? So our goal there was that we wanted to improve, kind of raise the bar and set the kind of the higher level standard there, and we were working on finishing that program. So we pushed off, voluntarily, basically continued ourselves, so that as our hope was to have that improved program.
And for today, just because there's still some issues on finalizing that and getting it approved by the county, you have basically substituted in the same conditions of approval for the tiered corrective action response program adaptive management protocols that were adopted for CVW. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And also, for clarity, our commitment to doing the improved adaptive management program and tiered response program remains, regardless. This is not a we'll do it. If we are committed to that, and we're ready to do that, and understand that the community and this commission think it's valuable, and we agree. So we went to the CVW program or standard OAP because we know it's something that is understood and has been approved by the commission, and I think appreciated as kind of the new gold standard. We would have loved to even raise it a little bit more, but I certainly want to be at least up to that level.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, did you need to say something? You're muted, sir. There you go.
Yeah, if it's a
rookie mistake.
Hang on, Mr. Farrar. Mr. Wilson.
Sorry, rookie mistake. You think after 2 years of doing this, I'd figure it out. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I just want some clarification, if it's okay with the commission and the chair, on Commissioner Park's questions. Because I think the item and the material before you today does not include this adaptive management plan or the CVW conditions. And I think that was Director Plowman's comments at the beginning. And so I just wanted to clarify the record that the material before you that was presented by staff does not include that. And so I just want to make that clear, so that way when we're talking about it and moving deliberations, we know what's before us. If we wanted to move that, then I think that's a different conversation, if we wanted to include those particular items in any action by the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Park.
Well, I mean, of course, I do want to include those, and that's what we'll be talking about in deliberations.
Okay. Anything further, Commissioner Park, of the applicant?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. And then Commissioner Cooney?
Oh, I should.
And Commissioner Cooney, you're in the majority with the rest of us today. There you go.
It's been a while.
Those microphones, man.
Following the presentation and Commissioner Park, I lost track of my controls. What I have for Mr. Farrar is a question about an aspect of the project for this processing building once built. It's indicated that it will process product not only from the greenhouses adjacent to it, but also from other sources. And I'm trying to get an idea of where those sources are and how much complication will result from vehicles bringing product to the site of the processing building for processing.
Sure. Yeah, good question. So for clarity, there will be no third-party processing that happens here. The only other product that will be processed will be from our self-owned and operated farm on Casitas. I think it's actually a further benefit of this that we will be able to consolidate that processing here in a purpose-designed, high-tech, custom-made for odor control facility, and allow us to move it out of what is more common in CARP, which is a retrofitted building. So we will not be processing for anybody else other than our own operations, and we'll be doing it in the location that is best designed and suited for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bradley.
I just had a couple of questions, kind of following up maybe with Commissioner Blau's questions for the mechanical engineers. So the OIP right now, the one that's before us for consideration today, May 20th, it actually discusses the charcoal filtration system, and it says after several weeks of initial implementation, the charcoals will be removed and the filters will be removed and analyzed. I think, and that would help you determine the schedule for their replacement. Was that what you were trying to explain to Commissioner Blau earlier? I mean, in other words, there's not a schedule. You couldn't commit today to language in a condition that said your scrubbers have to be removed every 4.5 weeks, right? I mean, you have to customize it according to how the building functions, right? So how does that work? I mean, how do we know that's going to happen when?
Yeah, it's unmuted. Well, I think they're going to have to, when it starts off, when they start the building off, they're going to have to go in and take samples, probably at a much tighter time range. And then once they develop, based on what Camfield sends us, their labs, they tell you if the carbon is 50% charged or 75% charged, and then you're going to have to develop a schedule for that, and that could be part of the submittal to you guys, of creating that schedule.
Okay. I appreciate that as moving technology. I was just trying to, for the public's understanding, to know that this isn't pinned down like thou shalt have a gate at this location and it's, black and white, discrete. Right. So the other thing, and maybe this is Mr. Eady needs to explain this. So is there a vapor phase around this building, which seems a little excessive considering, or is that just a holdover because that was in the prior CDP for the greenhouses? Why would you need a vapor phase around this incredibly built carbon, you know?
Just say it's a holdover. We're not intending to rely on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a holdover, and it does basically surround the perimeter of this whole site essentially, and our new building is within that boundary.
When you say it's around the whole site, like around at the property lines or around this building, because
No,
that's
it's
the greenhouses.
It's at the building line.
I think we also, we have Nathan on there as well. I think if Nathan can hit that question directly.
Sure. Chair and Commissioner Bradley. So yeah, if the vapor phase piping stays where it is today, it would also encircle this new proposed building. And to the extent that vapor neutralizers continue to be used on the site, obviously we're looking at whether or not that can be phased out over time in favor of greenhouse scrubbers, et cetera, technologies that are still under development. I think it's a good idea to keep the piping where it is because it offers you a level of odor mitigation redundancy that, although it's probably unnecessary for the building itself because it's so well designed and constructed, as you're transporting plants from the surrounding greenhouses to that building, it's not a bad idea to have vapor phaser there to catch any odors that occur.
Yeah, I actually hadn't even thought of that. Okay. Well, I think that's it. That was my only question. Thank you. A good presentation. That really helped looking at all of the cross sections and stuff. Very interesting. I'm a nerd.
Thank you. And to that point, I know the question was raised was, the existing odor piping, and the reason it's there is because the philosophy or the approach on the design is you have an air curtain. So the fact that it goes around where this warehouse is not a tricky, like, hey, we always knew we were going to do this. It's where there was a support structure, and the idea being that you encircle the entire property and operations is why it's there. The fact that this warehouse sits inside of it is incidental and not a design because the warehouse itself doesn't need it. We just want to cover the entire area where any plants could ever be.
That just reminded me of one other question that I forgot to ask, so really quickly. So has this kind of implementation of charcoal scrubbers been used in any other cannabis processing facilities, or what is the most odorous application of this kind of technology from a construction standpoint? Can anyone answer that?
I mean, I can give you some thoughts, and Nathan probably is a more expert opinion, but I think, in general, in enclosed areas where you have the ability to exchange the air like we do here, you see various degrees of what we're doing. I believe that what we're designing and are proposing here is far beyond anything else that you see because we have the opportunity to do it in a ground up basis. And, and as Sarah, asked, right? Like she wanted to see the calculations and wanted to know how we do it. That's all baked into this. So the fact that there are so many, every one of those green dots on the project plans is another carbon air scrubber, right? Like that's another filter because we calculated exactly what it's needed and we could design the building to accommodate it versus having something and then retrofitting into it. So, we've actually been doing quite a bit of R&D and testing on these units. We use them in our manufacturing lab in Lompoc as well. So we have some good hands-on data. And to the other question, we run empirical tests that tell us how saturated the carbon is and can then be used to extrapolate out useful life, which you can then build the schedule on. So when you need to be looking to change these things. So this molecular carbon technology is well validated outside of cannabis and now inside of cannabis as well with the R&D that we've been doing.
Okay. That is super helpful. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, has this been used in like a garlic processing building or some other place as a comparable, right? Because we're all in the grocery store getting pinned against a wall by people that are freaking out about the smell. So how is it that this technology may have been used in other industries, not cannabis or maybe cannabis? Did you guys have any research on that?
Chair and Commissioner Bradley. So the answer is yes. It's been used in a widespread nature for both cannabis facilities, and it's commonly used for odor control in other industrial facilities. So we've we've spec'd out similar carbon systems for solid waste facilities, for food processing plants. It's one of the most common forms of odor control used across the board.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Sorry. It's 12:36, so I should shut up. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch for an hour. We'll come back to public comment. So let's see. How about 1:36? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
had the minions.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air.
okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Mr. Villalobos, how many speakers do you anticipate?
Mr. Chair, the list keeps growing. So far, I've written down 11 people.
Okay. All right. So for our public speakers, this project is about the warehouse. Okay. It's not about the cannabis grows in Carpinteria. It's about the warehouse that's before us to be permitted. So if public comments could keep their comments to that to help the commission understand your views, it would be very helpful to all of us. And with that, let's set the time at 3 minutes per speaker. First speaker, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. First speaker is Maureen C.
Hello, this is Maureen Claffey. I was before you almost exactly 2 years ago. I've been referenced a couple of times in the hearings today. If you don't remember who I am, I was the person who appealed Mr. Farrar's original GNK project. I'm having sort of a somewhat gratifying / frustrating I told you so moment because I told you 2 years ago that this project needed carbon filtration in all of the greenhouses. That was my recommendation. Carbon filtration in all of the greenhouses. So the ensuing 2 years have been a battle in frustration of having this project smell every day. I submitted a more detailed letter in basically saying why I disagree with this project going forward. I also want to remind the commissioners a fact that they may not be aware of, which is that Glass House Farms has been acquired for $567 million. Let me repeat that. $567 million from a Canadian conglomerate. So Mr. Farrar needs to put his money where his mouth is and ensure that the carbon filtration now extends to all the greenhouses as I initially proposed. We know that vapor phase systems do not work. Many of you may have seen the mystery mist video that I sent to the county showing the mist, spewing forth from those vapor phase pipes with my daughter in the back seat onto the Foothill Road, and all of us saying it stinks. This vapor phase stuff stinks, and the cannabis stinks right over it. I drove past Mr. Farrar's farm this morning. He talked about how great it is and how close to the road it is. Yeah, it's close to the road, which is why we know exactly when it's smelling badly, as it was this morning. This morning I drove past, and they've removed some sort of roofing material on one of the greenhouses, thereby exposing it even further. So Mr. Farrar appears great at marketing. He's clearly made a great business deal for $567 million to a Canadian company. The least he can do now is be an actual good neighbor. 2 years ago, he said he was going to be the gold standard of farms. That hasn't happened. So why are we now rewarding him with further investment in this site? He needs to go back to the drawing board, fix his greenhouses, and then come back when that has happened and try and expand the project further. Otherwise, it's just adding more gasoline to the fire of this disaster. Now, I didn't ask to live in the cannabis zone. I didn't ask to be in the middle of this nightmare. But I am asking you as representatives of the public to do your job and stand up to this big cannabis money onslaught and say no. Because if you don't do it, who else is standing up for the public right now? Like Sarah said, there's 5,000 people here.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you. Next
you very
speaker,
much.
please.
Our next speaker will be Jill Stasinos.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Stasinos, and I've lived on a street just off of Foothill Road near La Mirada and G&K's cannabis greenhouses for approximately 30 years. I drove almost daily on Foothill Road to get to and from my home. I often notice the skunk-like smells as I drive along Foothill Road, despite no evidence of dead skunks on the road. And I'm compelled to roll up my car's windows. A couple of weeks ago, a big rig on Foothill Road stopped immediately in front of me and started backing up. Despite continuously honking my horn, the big rig continued to back up, and I thought I was going to be killed. It took several minutes before I realized the big rig was backing into a cannabis processing facility and narrowly missed hitting my car. Permitting more cannabis processing buildings is not a win-win for me or the other residents in the Godiva Triangle. There are currently too many of these cannabis plants in our residential area, and to have to keep returning to address and remedy the problems after the permits are issued is extremely frustrating for residents like myself. I am not part of a big corporation. I am a neighbor and resident of a local community that wonders, when will my voice be heard? When will it be determined that enough cannabis permits have been given out? Yes, I am concerned about the malodors and the increase in traffic that more employees bring to Foothill Road. Foothill Road is my only road to access Carpinteria, and I wonder about this access during an emergency. And yes, I'm also concerned about a new greenhouse, need for more electricity, and the need for solar and carbon scrubbers and enforcement of G&K's current buildings. But I'm also concerned about being heard. I implore you to please support Sarah Trujillo's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Steve Chitren.
What?
Mr. Chitren, if you could unmute yourself. We'll come back to Mr. Chitren. Our next speaker will be Ana Carrillo.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I just want to make sure, my name is Ana Carrillo, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that you're aware that Mark Chatillo is not representing Concerned Carpinterians, which is just a grassroots. I signed the agreement with CVW, but I only signed it as a private citizen. So I just want to make sure you understood that. Unfortunately for this greenhouse appeal, I don't see there's any effective enforcement or functioning of malfunctioning odor equipment in place. Everyone driving by the location smells it. This is an example of the odor extending beyond the perimeter of the property. Graham did write me last week that he is willing to put in carbon scrubbers in his greenhouses, but the staff was resisting. So I immediately wrote to Lisa Plowman and asked her, was this in fact true? She shared that Graham does not like the process required to amend the permit. So I just wanted to make sure that's something we need to be aware of. What constitutes residential zones? There are some single-family residences right across the street. I know La Mirada is a huge development that is receiving a lot of this. I think solar should be required on this building. If you do go ahead and permit this building, why is solar not even being discussed on this building? What is the square footage of the new warehouse? In the OAP, it says 25,054 square feet, whereas in the project description, it says 25,418 square feet. If this new warehouse is approved, the increase of 50 additional employees needs to have more than one 15-passenger van used. Many of the residents in the La Mirada EDRN are further than 1,000 feet. So all of the residences in the EDRN need to be notified. And I think I took this from maybe the new community, the tiered adaptive management. And so maybe that's not even under discussion yet, but more than everybody in this EDRN needs to be notified when something does occur. Allowing for 50% of the product to be brought in for processing will require many more trips than just the traffic from the 50 additional employees. And I was not able to see. I know exactly where Graham's other project is, so I don't know how many trips he's planning, because I did hear him say that that was the only other greenhouse that he would be working with. I do see that in the OAP, the criterion is recommending a second buyer's equipment. So is that more EcoSorb that needs to be used? And I'll just end it with the following as a quote from the updated OAP. The revised OAP will continue to mitigate adverse impacts of the proposed project to the maximum extent feasible and will not result in detrimental impacts to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood. There are
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Peter DeGrabe, followed by Jamie Collins.
Good afternoon, Chair Farini, Honorable Planning Commissioners, staff. Thank you for your time and dedication to Santa Barbara County. My name is Peter DeGray, Executive Director of Carp Growers. Our farmers group has 13 members, all in Carpinteria Valley. Together, they employ over 1,200 people. We've been active since 2018. It's really been impressive to see this group of farms work together so well, both to improve local cannabis farming and to invest in the future of Carpinteria Valley. Today, I want to provide a little bit of an update of the hard work of our odor subcommittee. Addressing odor issues is by far and wide the top priority for carp growers. And the odor subcommittee will invest over $100,000 this year on exciting odor control research and development. And that's with engineering firms like SCS Engineers and Groundswell Technologies. And that number is in addition to ongoing investments coming from individual farms like Graham and Glasshouse. In truth, there's no perfect odor solution available today that we can pull off the shelf and bolt into a greenhouse. But our commitment is building the best odor control technology on the planet and doing it from a foundation of solid science. We've been clear since day one as an association when conducting community outreach that we're a group of industry leaders who confront challenges and set best practices. Graham Farrar is one of the leaders. And the project before you today was designed for his company as a purpose-built cannabis packing house, the first of its kind in Carpinteria Valley. The chief purpose that it's being built for is containing odor. And we know more today about odor-causing compounds produced by the cannabis plant than we've ever known before. We've studied carbon scrubbers and their efficacy in greenhouse settings and keep getting better results as technologies are improved. We've studied odor compounds down to individual strains of the cannabis plant to compare the character and strength of those smells. Our engineers are on the brink of measuring what concentration of odor compounds it takes to cause an offensive smell. When we have that threshold, we can apply technology to treating the air and knocking down compounds below detectable levels. We envision and imagine a future in which we can scientifically determine if enough odor compounds are available or leaving the farm to cause a smell down the road. And we also would like to see be able to gauge the weather conditions well enough that we can predict where those odor compounds might travel to in Carpinteria Valley. So imagine that, being able to trace the very odor compounds from the plants and where they might go. This ongoing odor R&D investment's exciting stuff, and it puts us on common ground with all of our neighbors and all stakeholders in the valley. There is a way to solve odor. We're prepared to see it through in a completely transparent and collaborative way. And let's recognize that we've already come so far and look forward to continuing to share the progress and breakthroughs as they happen. Last note, I'm really proud of the way our members continue to work together toward unified goals. Not every industry can do it as effectively as cannabis has. So we ask that this appeal today be denied and that the project's approved as staff recommends. Every farm that's a member of Carp Growers is accountable and cooperative, and we're excited to continue to gain the trust and form partnerships with all stakeholders who want to work together.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jamie Collins, to be followed by Amy Orozco.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Hi, my name is Jamie Collins. I am a local Carpinterian, born and raised, and work and live here in the valley with my 2 children and husband. We have been fortunate enough to be partners with carp growers in local ordinances growing here where I live in my neighborhood of El Caro. And we support the project that Graham is considering with all of the thoughtfulness that he's put into the odor abatement systems. And as Peter was just discussing, the research and development that is going into it, so that our valley can continue to grow and sustain not only jobs, but our local economy as well. So we are in support of the project. Sorry, my daughter's here sitting right next to me. But we are in support of his project here in Carpinteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Our next speaker will be Amy Orozco, followed by Donna Downs.
You just have Amy Orozco.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Orozco. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, though I have an excellent command of the English language, I'm not very well versed in legalese or bureaucratese. I apologize for checking the in opposition box on the webinar registration form. I oppose the appeal. I support G&K's warehouse and am in favor of the staff's recommendation. As a Carpinterian, I'm glad to see agriculture remain a vibrant part of our economic infrastructure. Though I live in the downtown area of Carpinteria and have a different experience with cannabis odor, I have noticed that the smells have lessened noticeably and greatly in the last year or 2. I support a legal and compliant cannabis industry, and I also support consistent enforcement of all cannabis operations. G&K's permitted cannabis greenhouse operations conform to California State and Santa Barbara County mandated rules and regulations. Cannabis farmers fit in with local agriculture and are a welcome and important community. Cannabis farmers fit in with local agriculture and are welcome and important community members. Please deny the appeal and approve G&K's project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Donna Downs, to be followed by Jason Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Donna Downs and I live in Carpinteria and have for the last 29 years. I'm an invested and active part of the community, which is a community of passionate and caring citizens that have accomplished so much by working together. I value this community and I want its citizens to all thrive. I support Graham Farrar and the proposed warehouse project and ask that you deny the appeal. Graham is proposing to build a state-of-the-art warehouse specifically designed to mitigate odors with negative pressure, HVAC, and carbon filtration. The whole purpose of the project is to construct an airtight sealed building where cannabis grown on-site can be stored, processed, and packaged in a controlled environment. As a resident of Carpinteria, I can tell you that the odor has drastically improved. Although you might smell a mild scent here and there, it's not any more offensive than other agriculture. Broccoli and cabbage come to my mind. Graham has taken the initiative to install the best available odor control technology at his farm, and that has been independently evaluated by a professional engineer. I trust that this is effective in mitigating odors. The growth of this industry has also helped many agricultural properties and active farming and has helped avoid pressures for the conversion from greenhouses to other development. Cannabis is just a new agricultural crop, and I encourage the commission and the county to embrace this new industry and support local farmers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Rodriguez, to be followed by Devin Granados.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Perini, Commissioners, staff. My name is Jason Rodriguez. In my previous life, I was in law enforcement. Now my wife and I own the Food Liaison in Carpinteria. I was appointed to Carpinteria's Architectural Review Board in 2019. We are local homeowners, and our daughter attends a school here in Carpinteria, which I'm also a board member of. I say all this to make the statement that we find Carpinteria the most perfect place to work, live, and raise a family. Our restaurant and catering company, the Food Liaison, has been in operation in Carpinteria since 2013. And from the very beginning, Graham Farrar has made it a point to patronize and support our endeavors, both in business and philanthropically. I've always admired Graham and the great work he does at Glass House Farms, along with his steadfast commitment to our community. But when COVID hit and all the local restaurants were forced to shut down, Graham became a driving factor in a local program called Keep the Lights On, in which his cannabis businesses played a huge role in helping to keep my own business open by placing hundreds of lunch orders on a daily basis for all of his employees. The cannabis operators, being of the agricultural industry, became the majority source of revenue for our catering company. They filled the void of the other businesses that were not deemed essential and were no longer actively present within the community. I say all this to say thank God Carpinteria industries are as diverse as they are. This is only one example of how incredible Graham is, both in the business community and the philanthropic world. Graham is a man to be trusted and honored. I do think that he has upheld a gold standard in the community, and he will continue to do so, leading the way in his business. I speak for myself and my entire family when I say Graham Farrar is a treasure for our community. Please deny this appeal. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Devin Granados, to be followed by Renee O'Neill.
Hi, my name is Granados. I'm a senior operations manager at Glass House Farms. I've worked for Glass House for 5 years, since 2015 about, and it's been an incredible experience and just watching the company grow. We've made a lot of decisions to make sure to support our community. We care a lot about where we are, and we care a lot about being good neighbors. I'm asking you guys to please deny this appeal. We really need this processing warehouse, and as someone who lives with this situation day to day, operating without it has been incredibly difficult for our staff. We have someone who's a full-time employee that only coordinates off-site drying because we don't actually have a processing facility to do this work. And I think it really impedes the operation. It costs us a lot of money not having this facility. It also means that this material still stays in Carpinteria, but may not be in a state-of-the-art facility. It may not have the best odor control or the best security. And I think if we have this purpose-built building that has amazing odor control, it's going to have all of the features that we need to run a good operation, we'll be able to be better neighbors as a result of that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Renee O'Neill, to be followed by Tina Frontato. Ms. O'Neill?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Farini and Commission. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Ms. O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Farini and Commissioners. My name is Renee O'Neill. Getting a signal that my internet is unstable, so I hope I don't lose you. I strongly support denial for this project. Sarah Treguero confirmed and cited that the county is out of compliance with their own EIR project objectives. One of those objectives, item 6, is to minimize the adverse effects of commercial cannabis activities on the natural environment, natural resources, and wildlife, including riparian corridors, wetlands, sensitive habitats, and water resources. Item 7, promote energy and resource efficiency in all cannabis activities consistent with existing agricultural and other industry practices. Establish land use requirements for commercial cannabis activities to minimize risks associated with criminal activity, degradation of visual resources, and neighborhood character, groundwater basin overdraft, obnoxious odors, noise nuisance, hazardous materials, and fire hazards. I'm not going to continue reading items 9 and 10 because I fear I will run out of time. But my strong feeling regarding all cannabis activities and projects in our county are, until the board properly funds our planning and development staff and our enforcement compliance team, until our county meets their objectives and effectively achieves cannabis compliance throughout this county, I will continue to vehemently oppose not only this project, but all cannabis projects. Lastly, I just have a question. Why is there a difference in zoning for the same parcel sizes in the coastal zone versus inland? This project and these activities wouldn't be allowed inland. It seems counterintuitive and inconsistent with the overall EIR objectives. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the staff that is doing their best to try to get a handle on this, despite having their hands tied behind their back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Tina Frontato, and then we're going to go back to Mr. Chitren.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Louise Fanucchi Frontato, and I too am a lifelong Carpenderian and have lived off of Foothill for most of my life. We moved up here to the La Mirada area because it was and is ag land. And as Amy Orozco said so eloquently, preserving our ag lands in Carpinteria is at the top and most paramount of our issues right now. We live among 3 to 4 cannabis farms, and odor comes in every once in a while. I can tell you it does not impede upon our life at all. And it is truly one of the minor opportunity costs of this new crop. Having an industry now that is clean and environmentally friendly, where we're not having to worry about trucks of pesticides coming in, or huge refrigerator trucks slamming that 192 on a daily basis, is a welcomed reprieve. I ask that you all take and consider the vast sacrifice many of these cannabis farmers have made. We and my family and the majority of our neighbors here up at La Mirada Estates support and encourage cannabis farming. And I hope that you do the same and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chitren, can you hear us? Mr. Chitren, if you can hear us, just see that you're unmuted. Go ahead and just start your comments whenever you're ready. All right, we can try again at the end. Our next speaker is Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson. So I believe that she's also connected by phone. Let me just unmute her really quick.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, if you have another device with the meeting on, you might have to mute it. Yeah, we can hear you fine.
No? I don't know if anybody can hear me.
We can hear you. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm the Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson, and I encourage you to deny the appeal and support Graham Ferraro's proposed warehouse project. As a retired Episcopal priest and president of the North County Rape Crisis Center, I can speak to the benefits of the new cannabis industry for our community. Not only does medical cannabis bring amazing therapeutic benefits to residents of all ages, but the new cannabis industry provides stable, year-round employment opportunities in a new cutting-edge field. I know Graham as an authentic industry leader who is truly dedicated to the community of Carpinteria and Santa Barbara County. He is always operating with transparency and led efforts to support many important nonprofits, including the Food Bank, the Warming Shelter, Keeping the Lights On, Girls Inc. And now we're very excited to be talking about exploring ideas of supporting the Rape Crisis Center in North County. All this, which provided in the shelters for the homeless during winter months. I understand the proposed warehouse project is a state-of-the-art facility, which will include the best available odor control technologies and designed to prevent odor from escaping. In conclusion, I urge you to support exemplary operators like Graham, who are local to this community and truly care. These are the types of business owners we want to be operating cannabis in Santa Barbara County. Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Chitrin, are you there? All right, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to move on to our telephone speakers. We have 3. I believe one of them has previously indicated that they were planning to speak on the next item. We're trying to move this along. I unmuted both our speakers. If you want to speak on this item, hit *6 on your phone. If your phone number ends in 132, go ahead. All right, again, so if you want to speak on this item and you're calling via telephone, hit *6 to unmute yourself. If you are here to speak on the next item, you don't need to identify that. We'll just call on you at that time.
Hello, thank you, honorable commissioners, for the opportunities to speak. My name is Bo Lawrence. I'm a local business owner in Santa Barbara County and a resident of Carpinteria, where my children attend elementary school. We've been Carpinteria residents for the last 8 years and have certainly been in town, kind of as this process has developed. As a local business owner, specifically during the pandemic last year, I donated nearly 80,000 meals to the Santa Barbara County Food Bank, doing everything that I could personally to support the community. And I've been amazed at really the foundational support that has from not only Glass House Farms, but the cannabis industry in general for supporting tax dollars for our community. I certainly appreciate the focus around Carpinteria with the specific initiatives that are being discussed about this property, but I also appreciate Santa Barbara County in total and the tens of millions of dollars of tax dollars generated by the industry. I am very supportive of this initiative, and I strongly propose that the initiative be supported. I'm super grateful for the cannabis industry in Santa Barbara County, and hopeful that that the right decision's made. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chair, with the exception of Mr. Chitrin, I believe that is the end of our public comment for this item. Unless I missed someone, you can raise your hand, but I think the rest are for the next item. Mr. Chair, I think that's
looks
it.
like that's it.
Oh.
Mr. Chair, yes, with the exception of Mr. Chitrin, who was able to unmute himself, but I'm not sure if he stepped away.
Ms. Lair, hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Farini and Commissioners. If I can, I'd kind of like to do a little summary following the applicants and appellants' presentations, as well as public comment, and before the commission begins their deliberations, if now's a good time.
Now's fine. Yeah, that's good.
All right, I'll get started. So I'd just like to reiterate what Mr. Singer said, that the scope of the project before the Planning Commission today is focused on the new processing building. Some of the concerns or issues that were brought up during public comment, as well as Ms. Triguero's presentation, were regarding the energy use of cannabis projects and in Carpinteria. As discussed in the staff report, the PEIR addressed the energy supply issue, and all cannabis projects are required to participate in a renewable energy source program to offset demand or install additional alternative energies. The proposed project is located on prime soils. However, after evaluation of the site, there are no other alternative feasible locations that this could be located on. Concerns were brought regarding the visual implications of the new building. The proposed processing building is currently located towards the center of the site and is surrounded by existing greenhouses. Based on the coastal development permit for cultivation, landscape screening is a requirement, and all facilities are screened to the maximum extent feasible. As noted, if this facility is viewed from other locations that are above the site, there is no feasible screening that can occur. Additionally, the proposed building would continue the agricultural nature that is seen throughout the Carpinteria Valley. The project will occur within a disturbed area, and once again is surrounded by existing greenhouses. There were concerns regarding EcoZorb, which were addressed in the staff report, but in summary, we have received no concerns from the fire department. None of the components are part of the toxic air contaminants list, and we have no evidence of adverse impacts on biology or humans. Additionally, volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, were addressed in the programmatic EIR and considered to be a Class 1 impact. And lastly, I did want to just address some of what was discussed at the beginning of the hearing and what some of the commissioners had alluded to regarding the adaptive management program as part of an OAP submitted last week to the commissioners. So what I guess I wanted to say is this was a later submittal and staff has not had the time to fully analyze it. However, preliminary review indicates that this is outside the scope of the project that is before the Planning Commission today. The proposed OAP amendment that includes the adaptive management program includes the greenhouses, which were permitted under a separate permit and are not under the scope of the project on appeal today. So in addition to that, the OAP amendment, because it is outside the scope of the project today, was also not noticed adequately, and therefore the Planning Commission is not able to take action on that component because of inadequate noticing for that component. I believe that summarizes everything I wanted to say, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, Ms. Lair, thank you. And your new headgear works much better. We hear you really well with that. Thank you for doing that. Okay, now we will go on to the appellant's rebuttal. Ms. Triguero.
Hi, hope everyone had a good lunch. Just a couple things I'd like to say. I do take significant issue with the notion that the Planning Commission somehow has its hands tied to only look at the specifics of the processing building today. The entire point of planning, at least as I understand it, is to look at development in a manner that considers the density of use, including on the site itself, and considers cumulative impacts and broader comprehensive and community plans. I don't see why you wouldn't have discretion to consider the applicant's existing permitted greenhouses and aspects relating to them that are causing a significant nuisance, as well as other cannabis activities in the surrounding area and the cumulative effects of such density. If G&K is the gold standard or considered a good neighbor, then so help us God as neighbors, because I'm feeling like maybe we ought to be investing in air curtains in our own homes. I want to say something about the pandemic, and this is not to undercut in any way Graham's generosity during the pandemic, which I think is wonderful. But I want to say, while he was doing that, we residents, me, my grandmother, who I took in when she was dying during COVID, suffered immeasurably. My grandmother, while she was on hospice, complained constantly about the cannabis fumes. And that's not right. That's not right. Being a good neighbor means not causing a nuisance and having a good track record, and it's results, outcomes, and track records that matter. There is no question that this processing facility is an increase in the intensity of use, with 50% of the cannabis coming from another local facility. In addition, it's a new building, 50 more employees, more disruption and disturbance to the ash, more traffic, and damage to our prime ag soils. I did take a spin during the break through the adaptive management plan that was submitted, completely understanding, and regardless of the noticing aspect that was just raised rightfully by Catherine Lair, I do want to say one thing, and I can tell you it gives the grower the entirety of the discretion to make determinations on the outcome of an odor complaint, as opposed to an independent third party. And once again, I point to the role of government as relates to enforcement. For an applicant who doesn't have a good track record already, the idea that we would then trust their representations when they're themselves making the judgment is a little bit tough to swallow. I also note that it rather comically deems someone who complains 3 or more times, whose complaints that they, the grower, find unmeritorious, to be maliciously abusing the odor process and to therefore exempt them from following up on any further such odor complaints from that individual. Once again, who decides? What is the role of government? I think these are fundamental questions here. There are other issues I have with the adaptive management plan, but I suppose I can take that up on a different day, including some of the monitoring, which would only be in effect for part of the duration of the project as opposed to the lifetime of it, and the noticing aspects and inclusion of complaints more than 1,000 feet outside of the project perimeter, which I think is important because cannabis odors can travel more than a mile. But odor is not the only issue here, not by a long shot. As discussed, there are broader comprehensive plan considerations given the conflicts with health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of our neighborhood. Rural residential character, the adequacy of public services and resources, prime agricultural soils, the ash and coastal areas, coastal view sheds, and conflicts with recreational uses and the visitor serving uses of the coastal zone are prime issues here. I very much also want to point out, as relates to the greenhouse overlay, or the ag overlay as it is sometimes referred to in Carpinteria, its intent is the preservation of open field agricultural uses. The intent is to ensure well-designed greenhouse development and to limit the loss of open field agricultural areas from piecemeal greenhouse expansion by providing well-crafted development standards to protect water quality, visual resources, and the rural character of Carpinteria Valley. The zoning administrator's argument that the building will not affect open field agriculture because there is currently no open field agriculture on the site is specious, because putting a permanent processing facility on the site is a permanent and significant escalation and prevention of that land being used for open field farming in the future. The original sixth greenhouse was conceptually approved and never built in the early 80s, as noted. And at that time, no one could have anticipated the shift to cannabis cultivation. County staff should have required a development plan amendment for the changes that were associated with this change to cannabis cultivation, including but not limited to the installation of the Bayer system odor control and the approval status of that sixth greenhouse as a change of intensity of use. And then lastly, I do want to say carbon filtration is not going to get it all. It's certainly better than nothing, but I'll read a quote from Dr. Laura Haupert, who's the Director of Research and Development for OMI Industries, a company that is focused on controlling odors. She says, no matter what, there's no odor control out there that's going to be 100%. No matter what, this is adding to the density. This is adding to the intensity of the use. That's why they're proposing Bayers in addition to the carbon, because quite frankly, the carbon, it's just not going to get it all. Processing, there's a great article in Rolling Stone attached as an exhibit to my appeal that called a 5,000 square foot processing warehouse a magnum olfactory opus. and described some of the challenges in really controlling the odor in that context. What the appellant is not doing, that I talk about at length in my appeal, is really doing a significant requirements analysis on the volumes and the types and the individual chemical profiles of the different terpenes, volatile organic compounds, and other chemicals that would be released based on the specific strains and quantities and activities being conducted in that warehouse. So we're missing the whole requirements phase that would actually be required to engineer and architect from a systems engineering standpoint a good system. They're putting in place stuff, but they don't really know fully what they're solving for. I think that's a consideration that's relevant as well there. And stepping back, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I think I've got my main points out, but I look forward to discussing this project further, including at the Coastal Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Triguero. And then for the applicant, will that be Mr. Higgins?
You're going to get to listen to me talk some more.
Hi, Graham.
You ready for me to go, Chair Perini?
Long time ago.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for everybody. I mean, in conclusion, I'd like to re-emphasize the benefits of this project. Really, everything that we've heard here and public testimony is addressed by this project. You saw the plans, you saw the triple layer buildings, you saw the carbon scrubbers. Those are not what you would call value engineering. Those are what you would call odor engineering. Everything about this project was designed to go above and beyond the standards that are required and do it in a way that is focused on controlling odor and allowing our business to be more efficient and allowing the benefits to accrue to Santa Barbara County. We've heard from numerous folks here and understand that people have concerns about the odor on Foothill Road. As a reminder, we specifically selected this property, this site, for its compatibility with the ordinance, which defines the standards as residential area, not the road right behind it. Regardless, we agree with them. We are committed to BACT. We will implement BACT. The procedure may be harder than we wish it was, but nonetheless, we will do it because our goal is not just maintaining the standard of the ordinance, but going above and beyond that to make the community happy. So we respectfully request your support today. We have delayed this project a number of times in order to improve it already. I think we just heard that we can expect the appellant to not stop here. So if we need to go on with the process, we would ask you to allow us to continue on, not continue us today, but to support the project, continue the process so that we can get on with getting on. Thank you very much. Really appreciate everybody's support. Final thing I wanted to add, just because we heard about it specifically in the comments, is we have no access from Foothill Road. There are no semis for our site. There are no traffic at all from our site for Foothill Road. This project and the warehouse does not change that at all. This is also in CARP Overlay A. The comments that you heard from the appellant about preserving open space are CARP Overlay B. CARP Overlay A specifically allows permitted development. The idea to use a previous entitlement to build an agricultural building for an agricultural site seems to me the definition of compatibility. So please support our project so that we can carry on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and now we'll go to commission questions and deliberations. Commissioner Bradley.
Well, Chair Freeney, did you want to have staff have a chance to respond to anything that was brought up in the public comment, or are we going straight to deliberations?
Well, Ms. Lair went already, right?
Lair just did.
Okay.
Pardon me? Commissioner Park?
Oh, yes, I think Ms. Lair just did that, and I have things to say, but I want to give Mr. Cooney the opportunity first, of course, 'cause it's his district.
Okay, so let me go back to Ms. Commissioner Bradley.
No, I'd
That.
rather hear Commissioner Cooney start.
Okay, but did that answer your question
Yes.
about staff's response? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I have a question of staff before deliberations, if it's okay.
Of course.
The question I would have, and I would have it for anybody on the staff, Ms. Lair, Director Plowman, Mr. Sewards, any of them. We've heard today that we were channeled into a somewhat narrow pathway with regard to this project. And practically every public comment I saw from opponents of the project had to do with the existing greenhouses and the odor problems being experienced in the neighborhood, which could be certainly not clearly attributable to this project, but could be related to it. So I think I for one would like to have some clarity about what the applicant has to do with regard to the permit process in order to bring to us evidence that they are addressing problems at the greenhouse level, notwithstanding the qualities that have been presented with the processing plant. If there is another permit path there that the applicant could follow to bring those issues to the fore, I'm sure the community would appreciate it, and I believe the Planning Commission would as well.
Ms. Lair.
Commissioner Cooney through the chair. That's a good question. So for the applicant to install and upgrade their odor abatement plan for the greenhouses, we would require a new permit, and that would likely be a coastal development permit. Because of the nature of the past appeals on this project, we don't have the mechanism to allow any changes to the OAP under a revision. And so we would work with the applicant to prepare a coastal development permit. That would be a director level decision with a 10-day appeal period.
That's surprisingly simple in terms of description, at least. But it certainly seems to me we want to encourage improvements to the odor abatement plan. And if the applicant can do it with a CDP, that's at the lower end of what it would require. I think it would mean a lot. But stepping back to today's project, I think the path is clear. We are looking at the qualities and problems with the processing plant. And with the chair's permission, I will just go ahead and set out my thoughts on that project.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Yes.
I had the opportunity that not all the members of the public had to sit down with the applicant's staff. And I might add, and forgot to earlier, that I had a chance to have a Zoom call with the appellant, Ms. Triguero. I learned that her husband was on my baseball team at one time, and notwithstanding that, I'm not going to hold that against her, and really had a delightful call. She's a very conscientious and capable individual, and I think the Carpinteria community is lucky to have her representing their interests. I do feel, though, that if the applicant is capable of and does in fact produce what they have indicated they're planning, this will do nothing but set a high standard for future processing plants. And we could hardly do better. We need to have processing done locally, and we need to have it done well. And I've had a lot of chance to look at that narrow question, and I'm prepared to support the project as presented today. But I do want to hear from everybody else before making a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park?
Yes, I agree in large part with what Mr. Cooney has said, and I don't really see a reason to summarize all the various arguments one way or the other. But I have a little twist on it. 6 months ago, with CVW, we saw adaptive management plan provisions that were termed a gold standard by Mr. Cooney, and they were adopted unanimously by this commission. And I made it clear I'm not going to vote for projects that don't include those. And here the operator wants to include them. The operator actually included something better that they negotiated with the Coalition of Concerned Citizens, but that has not reached approval yet by staff and maybe never will. And I'm not really sure why, but that's something we can talk about another time. So the applicant subbed in the CVW protocols. They were rejected because they made reference to cultivation as well as the processing, which is probably a word processing error by the applicant. And the applicant has actually fixed that word processing error, sent it on to staff last night and to me, and I sent it on through Mr. Villalobos to everybody. And it just simply deletes the word cultivation and refers to this. So it's all right there. And I kind of resent the idea that I'm being told what we can do or can't do. The commission can add such things as it wishes. And I want to add those gold standards, which are right in front of me, and they should be right in front of all the rest of you. It's just a matter of pages that are really a major addition to what the OAP would be otherwise, in terms of weather monitoring, audits, corrective actions, require them to actually upgrade technology and all that kind of stuff. We've talked it all over before. So I will support this project if we make that simple addition, which we can do. If we don't make that simple addition, I won't vote for it because I want to be consistent with what I've said before.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Bradley?
I appreciate staff's reminding us that these are it's very confusing for the public. I understand that you've got a greenhouse case on the same property, and this is a different permit, and they are distinct. They're on separate paths. It's actually not unlike the way we would have a general plan amendment and a development plan for a subdivision on the same property. They're different permits, different findings, different paths. It's just very confusing for the public because this is a new industry and everybody's struggling with its growing pains, including even the operators. So I really appreciate Graham Farrar's team and all the things that they've thought to put into this case. And I would be inclined to support because it's ground up, it's best technology from the ground up. And if the cannabis ordinance years ago was adopted and said you had to demolish and reconstruct greenhouses, I bet we wouldn't have half the public comment that we have today. But it's the conversion of use of those greenhouses that's been the problem in terms of the odor issues. So I am supportive of the case, and the detail really comes down to whether I want to insist that we have the CVW type odor abatement plan measures in there. Like I lean toward Commissioner Parks' thinking on that. But for this case, I'd be willing to let it go forward because my understanding from the appellant is that there's going to be appeals all the way up. And it sounds to me from the applicant side that the only reason this wasn't in front of us today was because they hadn't worked out issues amongst other community interests and with staff, within the hours needed to have today's hearing. They want to have a decision today. So I'm inclined to support the case. I think it's a good, well-engineered and intriguing science, the best available right now. And I'd be okay with approving it today without the odor abatement plan refined for the CVW details, because I have a feeling those may get incorporated as it goes to the Board of Supervisors and the Coastal Commission. That's my thinking.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, this was easy for me. I have said from the very beginning, when we started looking at the cannabis ordinance, that it needed to be in a greenhouse, needed to be sequestered, needed to have carbon filtration systems, even before I knew much about carbon filtration systems. However, I'm just the appointed individual for the county. I'm not the guy that got elected. And the 5 people that got elected didn't agree with the commission for the past 3 or 4 years on how cannabis needed to be controlled for the odor. I have concern about the adaptive management procedures only because
call from 1805.
Only because I turned it off.
It's your cell phone somewhere.
Well, it's all the phones now. Anyway, I have problems with the adaptive management control, and I hate doing it project by project. I think that's one of those things that we need to look at when we revise the cannabis ordinance. If we're going to make that the new standard for all projects, I think we need to do that with long-range planning and that process, not do it, project by project and keep inventing it. Like I said, I have some problems with adaptive management procedures, and I could see taking, an entire day talking about how the language works, how the procedures work, and how we do that. So I can't support the appeal today. And for me, I agree. It's very apparent that this is going to get appealed to the board. It's going to get appealed to the Coastal Commission, and let them do what they're going to do. And once they get done with what they're doing, we're in a much better position to amend the ordinance so that.
Call from 1803.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for a call from San Francisco, and if I get it, I'm taking it. Other than that, I can't turn the phone off. So I'm prepared today to agree with Commissioner Cooney that it needs to go forward. I appreciate what Commissioner Park wants to do, and at a later date, I think we need to do that and make it part of the ordinance so it becomes standardized throughout going forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Well, it looks like we're all headed in agreement for the project. A couple things I heard overall was that there really is an urban versus agriculture problem here. And we have the urban dwellers who have moved in. And one of the terms I heard was, well, we want to preserve the bucolic views of the classic Carpinteria agriculture. And those views would be there if they were profitable and ag could afford to stay there and farm that way. But those times have passed. The flower industry has passed, and we're in a new era here on what agriculture is going to look like. It used to be feedlots close to town that smelled up the town, and people would move into new developments and complain about that. And then eventually all the feedlots went away and they became vegetable farms or strawberry farms or now cannabis farms. So agriculture is a highly evolutionary business. It's not just a viewshed protection entity. It does seem to me, yes, it's a neighborhood problem that some of the neighbors are so upset that anytime they see a problem, they telegraph it to the cannabis operations. If that were a broccoli farm, if it were a raspberry farm, there would be big trucks on that road all the time. From what I've learned and seen in the cannabis industry, their impacts are far wider than the commercial agriculture of say, the Santa Maria Valley or the Lompoc Valley. Or even avocados or citrus. Those are heavy products going in heavy trucks, big loads. So from that, I see actually more benefit to the community as far as lighter types of traffic. As far as the smells, I'm with Commissioner Blau. That was one of the things we both stood by early on, is we'd like to see it all be indoor. As he said, that ship has sailed. The elected officials at the board decided to go a different direction. But this is our chance to see a fully enclosed, environmentally controlled building that handles cannabis. They're not going to be growing it in there, but they're going to be processing it in there. It's the right model. All of the engineering, all of the specs I've seen, all of the questions I've asked the applicant, I'm satisfied that they're putting forth a viable, well-working project. Again, this is a conditional use permit. If it ends up not being or needs modifications, it can come back to us. And so with that, I'm ready to move forward and support Commissioner Cooney's motion to approve the project and deny the appeal.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Mr. Cooney actually made the motion yet, but I received an email from Bobby Offen indicating that we skipped over him during public comment. I'm not sure if it's a little late now, but I just want to, before we close the item, I'd bring that to your attention.
Mr. Villalobos, so do you have him on the line?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we should hear from him. This whole telephone thing is it's very taxing on you, sir, and it's a bit clunky, and so I think we can all afford Mr. Offen the time. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Apologies, he's sitting in the meeting with the hand raised, but Bobby, if you could unmute yourself. Bobby, if we're having technical issues, you can call the hearing room. If you do it relatively quickly, number here is 805-568-2092, 568-2092. Apologies for that, Mr. Chair.
Let's give him a minute now and see if he can get through.
Apologies, I believe that it's Miss Offen.
Hello?
There you are. Yes, Ms. Offen.
Finally, I've been on the road. Okay, I listened to almost all of this, and I really, thanks for listening, for picking me up again. But I listened to this presentation, and truly, it is a well-designed facility. But I didn't see anything that addresses the additional electrical load of every single one of those HVACs in the processing. Okay, this affects the Carpinteria Valley extremely. We have had a power outage at least once a month in this area for the past year. Okay, so there has been nothing addressed about that. Okay, I know we're not addressing the odors, we're addressing the facility, but it has to be looked into it in its totality. Does this really belong in a facility that has not been able to meet their current requirements? We're continually being told by the planning department that the technology does not exist to detect where the odors are coming from. That is absolutely wrong. They keep telling us that they will be talking to a consultant soon. Soon has gone on for a long time. Okay, this has not been able to meet their requirements. I recently talked to an expert who has a company here in Santa Barbara and has proved that the technology exists. They can determine where the odors are coming from. This grower, hey, my cat won't leave me alone. This grower and the others refuse to invest in the technology to determine where those odors are coming from. So my main objection to this additional project is, first of all, it's an addition to an ongoing project that is not meeting its requirements. So I'm asking you, why would you put something on top of something that is not working and expect that everything is going to be wonderful? Okay. The planning department has the responsibility to protect the environment, the people, and maintain the zoning laws. But it isn't to just look at one tiny project in isolation. You need to look at it in totality. And that's what I have to say. And I really appreciate you picking me up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, let's go back to Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, and this is off the subject of this project in a sense, but listening to the comments of each of my fellow commissioners about this complicated, difficult, and in many cases concerning project, I am very impressed by the different ideas, the different slants that come from the experience of each of us. The planner, the farmer, the long sage advice of Commissioner Blau, and then you've got the two lawyers who don't always agree, but always agree on certain things. And I find this project to be a light in a dark tunnel that hopefully we can prove is really the standard for all future processing and eventually greenhouses. I hope the opportunity comes back to us soon to get those adaptive management provisions or something like them into every permit that we see. I'm assuming the board is not going to jump in and amend the ordinance in the near future, and that we'll have other projects to face with these challenges. But in this case, there is sufficient evidence that the right thing to do is to deny the appeal and to make the required findings and EIR statements as set forth on page 3 of our staff report dated June 1. And that would be my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park?
I'm not going to second the motion, but I would like an opportunity to be heard before we vote.
I will second the motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, and this is because Ms. Bobby often spoke during deliberations. I want to respond to a point that she made there, that no one knows where these odors are coming from and that we're not dealing with that. I'd point out that the adaptive management protocols that were adopted 6 months ago and have been out there for everyone to see, that the very second item calls for a 7-day period. It's an audit of a property at the perimeter of the property to detect all cannabis odor causing emissions. And that we make a major step forward by adopting those protocols, because we can do just what Ms. Offen says has not been done. And that is find out what's there as a baseline, what's coming from this project as opposed from Creekside and Armstrong and the others near there. I'm very disappointed, frankly, that we have a bureaucratic process that apparently is convincing other commissioners, or causing us, however you want to look at it, to ignore what is a major step forward that's been proposed by both the cannabis industry and the most resolute opponents, Mark Chitillo and the Coalition of Concerned Citizens.
If I could, I'll just weigh in and tell you I agree. The fact that this was given to the planning department 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't just dumped on them Friday. There was a difference. But I've learned after being on this planning commission for 13 or whatever years it is, that this county can't do anything in 2 weeks. In fact, it's a tough time getting anything done in 6 months or a year. So I agree with Commissioner Park that we need to have an adaptive management program, but it's going to take several months in order for us to develop it to where the staff is happy, to where we're happy, to where the board will be happy, and we can implement it. So, Commissioner Park, I agree with you entirely. It needs to be developed. It needs to be implemented. I'm happy to see that there's some agreement by the various entities that have interest in it, but it's just not ready for prime time yet. So, I get it. It's just something that it just can't be done that quickly. I don't like it, but get used to it. That's Santa Barbara County.
All right, thank you. Director Plowman?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I just want to make I'm not sure I understand where Commissioner Blau got his information about it being 2 weeks ago, but I can assure you we did not get the OAP 2 weeks ago, and that the staff has made an effort to move really quickly on these things, because we do support the compromises, but we certainly didn't have a version that was acceptable 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Cooney, anything else, or are we ready for vote?
We're as ready as we're going to be, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
No.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, can we take a fast break and
Thank you.
come back at 3:05? Everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Not me.
3:05.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air when you're ready to begin the next item.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Okay, here we go. Item 4, would you read that into the record, please, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Santa Rita Holdings, Inc., applicant to consider case number 19 CUP 18.
Okay, ex parte and site visits to declare among commissioners. Commissioner Bradley.
I had a site visit on Tuesday with Ms. Rold and our applicant, I guess it was Mr. Hillebrand. Yeah, so that's the only people I talked to.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park.
Yes, I also met on the property at a different time with Kathleen Wold, applicant Jason Hillebrand, and Michael. And I'm Michael, I apologize, I forgot your last name. But anyway, enjoyed meeting you.
Okay, and I did receive a phone call. I think I played some voicemail tag with Ms. Wold, but was unable to connect and get out there. Commissioner Cooney, your hand's still up. I think it's just leftover.
Different project.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, let's go on with staff presentation then, please.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Today I'll be presenting the Santa Rita Holdings Cannabis Project. Next slide, please. So the 120-acre subject property, which is shown in purple, here is located 7 miles west of Buellton. It's 6 miles east of Lompoc and 1 mile north of Highway 246. The property is surrounded by parcels zoned Ag 2-100, and surrounding uses include grazing, irrigated crops, and vineyards. The project site is a 3-acre area shown in dark green. Access to the site is provided by Santa Rita Road, which connects to Highway 246, passes through the Campbell Road existing developed rural neighborhood, EDRN, and turns into a private road approximately half a mile west of the subject parcel. Next slide. The project requires a major conditional use permit to allow a cannabis operation that requires the use of a roadway located within an EDRN as the sole means of access. Next slide. This brings me to an overview of the proposed project, which is for 2.54 acres of cultivation. And if you could just do another tab there, I think there might be some special formatting on this slide. Thank you. You just go ahead and load the whole slide. Thanks so much. The project includes 1.88 acres of mature cultivation under hoops, 0.55 acres of mature cultivation without hoops, and 0.11 acres of nursery cultivation without hoops. The project would have up to 3 regular employees who will live on site in a legal non-conforming single-family dwelling. There would be up to 12 additional employees during harvests, which would take place 3 times per year and last up to 3 days each time. The project would utilize an as-built 120 square foot shed for storage of pesticides, equipment, and materials. Weighing and tagging of harvested cannabis would take place under an as-built 575 square foot tractor shade structure prior to being loaded onto refrigerated trucks for transport off-site. The project includes installation of additional fencing, motion sensor security lighting, and new aromatic landscaping as part of the proposed odor abatement plan. 8 as-built water tanks will remain on site. The project proposes to use approximately 1 acre-foot per year of water, and water will continue to be provided by the Vista Hills Mutual Water Company, which draws from the Lompoc Upland Subbasin of the Santa Ynez River Valley Groundwater Basin. The project does not include any on-site processing, new structures, or grading. Next slide, please. Here is an overview of the property. The parcel boundaries are shown in purple, and the project area is now shown in pink. There is an unnamed ephemeral drainage shown in light blue, and the outdoor cultivation area is set back at least 50 feet from the top of bank, and the hoop structures are set back at least 100 feet from the top of bank, consistent with the LUDC and Regional Water Quality Control Board standards. Next slide, please. And this is a closer view of the project area showing the location of the 1.88 acres of mature cultivation under hoops outlined in dark green. The 0.55 acres of mature cultivation without hoops would be in 3 separate areas shown in dark green. The 0.11 acre nursery without hoops is shown in light green, and the tractor shade structure used for weighing and tagging is shown in orange. The shed used for storage of materials, equipment, and pesticides is located underneath the tractor shed. An existing fire hydrant is shown as an orange circle near the tractor shed. The on-site dwelling and shed that are not part of the project are shown in black. Water tanks are shown as blue circles. Next slide, please. While cannabis projects located in an Ag 2 zone district do not require an odor abatement plan, an odor abatement plan is required for the proposed project because it is for a conditional use permit. The OAP, which is certified by Nate Seward, a certified industrial hygienist, specifies that the primary odor emitting activity will be the harvesting of mature plants 3 times annually. After being weighed, tagged, and binned, cannabis will be flash frozen in refrigerated trucks parked on site prior to being trucked off site. No processing, including drying, curing, or trimming, will occur on site. In accordance with the OAP that states aromatic plants are a natural masking agent, the project includes planting 2,780 square feet of sweet lavender along the west property line. The OAP states that according to wind data collected at the Lompoc Airport, wind in this area usually blows from west to east toward the hills, which are largely undeveloped and used for grazing. In the event that wind blows toward the west in the direction of the nearest vineyard, which is over 1,300 feet from the project area, the OAP states that the ends of hoop structures will be closed off. Next slide, please. If an odor complaint is made, an assessment would be undertaken that would evaluate wind conditions, meteorological data, and odor observations. Data regarding the odor complaint would be recorded by the applicant and shared with the county. As outlined in the OAP, the nearest residential zone is approximately 2.8 miles to the west. The nearest residential zone east of the subject property is over 9 miles away in the city of Buellton. The nearest vineyard is 1,300 feet west of the project site. Next slide, please. The proposed project is consistent with standards of the Land Use and Development Code, including the Cannabis Ordinance. Additionally, the proposed project is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element, which covers services, hillside and watershed protection, and visual resource policies. It also includes the agricultural element, which covers agricultural resources policies, and the conservation element, which covers groundwater resource policies. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the project consistency analysis, can be found in section 6.2 and 6.3 of the staff report. As noted in the staff report, the estimated water use for irrigation under the proposed project is approximately 1 acre-foot per year, which is under the 12 acre-foot per year threshold for projects located in the Lompoc Basin. Next slide, please. The project relies on the program EIR, prepared for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162 as documented by the written checklist prepared pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15168. The checklist is included as Attachment C to the staff report, and no environmental review is required. Next slide, please. We want to correct the conditions of approval to reflect the advice of U.S. Fish and Wildlife staff that the hoop coverings shall extend all the way to the ground. As such, we recommend that the project description condition, which is in condition number 1, be updated, as well as the wildlife movement plan, condition number 21, should be updated. So this slide here shows what the updated language should look like. And this is for condition number 1. So essentially adding a new sentence here that explains the wildlife movement plan will be updated. So thanks for highlighting that, Travis. And next slide, please. And then similarly, this is a revised condition number 21, which omits the word not. So essentially revising this to say that the hoop coverings shall fully extend to the ground, consistent with U.S. Fish and Wildlife staff direction. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that you make the required findings for approval included in attachment A, determine that the program EIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant approval of the project subject to the conditions included as attachment B, as revised at today's hearing. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available, staff and the applicant, to answer any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused. Maybe it's my bad memory, but, and I'll probably look to Commissioner Farini for this answer, but in the past, we've talked about not having hoop houses go all the way to the ground to allow for movement of various animals. And that was not a good idea in the past. Why is it a good idea today? I'm confused. Or did I miss something earlier? I mean,
Commissioner.
Discussion before, and we've taken that condition out and didn't require it, and now we're requiring it. It's maybe
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, perhaps Ms. Baylor can add on to anything if I omit something. We had reached out to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the applicant has been coordinating with them regarding this project, and their recommendation was that the hoop structure coverings do extend to the ground. So we have updated the conditions of approval to reflect their request.
To follow on to that, when we did the hoop ordinance, we did go through this process, and it seemed that we left all of that silent, so that the grower had the ability to manipulate the plastic in the manner he needed to best suit his production needs. So there again, in berry production, we need the ability to raise the hoops up, or what we call vent, to let out the hot air so that the plants don't overheat. And here we have a special case, I guess. So as long as it's not precedent setting, and this is something that everyone's in agreement on, but I'm not comfortable with having U.S. Fish and Wildlife say where you set the plastic height. And here again, they recommended it. They didn't insist. So I'm not sure if we went one way too far with staff, and then Fish and Wildlife said something else, then we're overreacting the other way.
Well, I'm just going to say that I'm going to, Commissioner Farini, I'm going to follow your lead on the condition. Tell me how the condition should read, and I'll support it. But I'm confused. Does it say we're not going to the ground, or we're going to the ground? I'm not sure what it says.
It says you shall go to the ground. So you here again, you have a recommendation from Fish and Wildlife, but you have planning and development shackling a grower on how they will, hoops are a manipulation of a crop. That's what they're there for. So I'm not comfortable with it, but I know Commissioner Park might have some information, and now Mr. Wilson's putting his hand up. Let's go to Mr. Wilson and then to Mr. Park.
I'm Chair Farini and Commissioners, if it'd be your desire, if staff could clarify the interactions with CDFW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife on this particular project on this specific site. It does require a permit, which is why we're where we are now. And we do have to have some consistency with the California Environmental Quality Act. I think in addition, getting their business licenses through the state will require some interaction with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which may coordinate with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. So I hear what you're saying in regards to putting conditions on farming activities. However, in this particular set of circumstances and facts, this may be appropriate based on all the licensing and permitting requirements throughout the process. But if Ms. Lair could actually clarify the communication with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on this particular issue on this site, I think it would be helpful.
Ms. Lair?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I can go ahead and step in, and if Ms. Blair has anything to add, definitely by all means jump in. But I just want to clarify that the applicant has been working really closely with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services on this project. And Fish and Wildlife has advised me personally that they would recommend the hoops extend all the way to the ground. My understanding is the applicant is pretty okay with that requirement. They want to do everything they can to abide by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife requirements. And I'd be happy to hear from the applicant if they have anything else to say about that. But at this point, I think we are doing all we can to cooperate with the resource agencies here, and we don't necessarily see any issues with that requirement.
Right. Ms. Baylor, so is this on previously tilled land, this project, or is this new land?
Mr. Chair, great question. So previous to cannabis cultivation on site, there were no other tilled or irrigated crops grown.
Understood. And then the width of the project site, the grow site, just one of them as an example, 500 feet, 1,000 feet.
Mr. Chair, I would need to look more closely at the plans to know exactly how wide it is, but yeah, okay. Probably about 500 feet.
Because there's other alternatives to requiring somebody to put the hoop plastic all the way down. What they could do is put a perimeter plastic fence down all the way around that project to prohibit the little salamander guys from getting in there and being in danger. I get trying to use that as a barrier, but there again, by limiting the ability to manipulate the crop. And I understand that this applicant, for his particular use, is fine with it, and maybe we can leave it at that on this one, but I would not want it to be precedent setting.
Standard condition.
Chair Freeney, this is Secretary Wilson again. In my understanding of the hoop structure and where we're at now is similar to what you just outlined in regards to when we went through the hoop structure ordinance and subsequent adoption of it. The board decided to take those aspects out. I think there was the same thing. The goal was avoidance of any takings of tiger salamander. So the options were, as you indicated, Chair Freeney, is other options would be a perimeter fence to restrict the movements through there. So I think there may be options there, but my understanding of the history of where we're at now is similar to what you just indicated.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park?
You know, I could quote Ralph Waldo Emerson that a little inconsistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, but I really do prize consistency. And I do want to describe the context of this, historical context with regard to the hoop ordinance, but I'm not doing that just for your entertainment. I brought this up specifically with Ms. Wold, and I asked the applicants specifically what they wanted. This came up in 2018 when we looked at the hoop house ordinance, because the draft ordinance had a provision that the side curtains or hoop houses extend no closer than 12 inches to the ground so that California tiger salamanders could migrate under them. And at that time I asked staff, where did that come from? And they said from Fish and Wildlife. And I said, was there any science behind that or even theory or anything? And no one could answer the question. So the hearing was continued and the inquiry was made of Fish and Wildlife. At that time, I contacted Sam Sweet, professor at UCSB, who's widely regarded as the CTS expert. He's even more crusty and old and opinionated than I am, but older and smarter and more experienced. And he said, no good can come to California tiger salamanders by allowing them into the hoop houses. And the best thing would be to allow the farmer to extend the hoop house all the way to the ground. And Fish and Wildlife sent a letter out to the 5 most esteemed scientists on that field, and that included Dr. Sweet. And they came back unanimously and said, you should not have some requirement that you have to hold the hoop curtains up from the ground, because the CTS will be better off having those closed. So that's what I brought up. And I asked Mr. Hillebrand, what do you want? He says, we'd much rather bring them all the way to the ground. I suggest as a practical issue, and this addresses Mr. Farini's concerns, this isn't a crop that's grown year round like strawberries and other things. This is a crop where probably there won't even be any hoops at the time that it's raining and the CTS will be moving around. So there you are.
Commissioner Blau, did you have something
But
further?
yeah, after hearing all that, I want that condition removed, to tell you the truth. I mean, there's no reason to have a condition that's inappropriate. And I don't care that the current property owner agrees. You need to understand that, or I think I need to understand that this condition goes with the land. So if this particular grower sells the property to somebody else in the future, the condition still applies. So I'm sorry, I like consistent conditions. If there's not a good reason to have this condition there, it's just one that Fish and Wildlife would like to have, and the current property owners doesn't care. You may think that's great, but that is precedent setting, and it does be a condition that runs with the land. So I think it needs to be deleted. Now, if the good grower wants to do that and comply with it, but it shouldn't be a condition of his approval for the project.
Well, I tend to agree with you. I think it really does cloud the waters here.
Commissioner,
I'm not sure if we can, how we go about doing it. Director
if
Plowman?
I could weigh in.
Go ahead, Travis.
Sure. So I don't recommend removing the condition because there are bio issues on this property that have to be mitigated. And so I'm looking at the Wildlife Movement Plan condition number 21. And so they are required to avoid impacts. And so this is a standard condition that's put on those projects. And really the only change that we're talking about here is previously staff is under the assumption that we should leave a little room under the curtains so the critters can walk through the hoops. And now, based on feedback from resource agencies, they're saying it's better to not even let them in there, so just let the curtains go down. And so the only change that we're putting forth today is just we're allowing the hoop coverings to extend to the ground. But I don't think we should take away the whole condition because
Mr. Seward, that's not true. You're requiring them to go to the ground. If you were allowing them to go to the ground and you want to rewrite it as such, then I could support that. But you're saying they must go to the ground. And that's where I part ways with agreement on this. You guys are going back and forth.
Yes, if I could just clarify, again, they have to prevent damage to the species. So
right, but you're making up how they're going to control it. There are other ways to control it, and those have not been considered.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might add something here.
Uh-huh.
And then you were here for the hoop discussion, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. And we spoke with Mr. Clemon this morning about where we ended up with respect to this particular provision, because Commissioner Park was correct in his recollection about sort of going back and forth about what the recommendations would be. And I think you're correct in saying that there could be a perimeter barrier to keep the species outside of this site. This is a pretty small site. That might pose problems for a really large site in terms of becoming a real barrier for the transport of the salamander. But I'm wondering if in this particular instance, the condition could be more focused on the perimeter of where they're growing so that they have more flexibility with their hoops.
I think it's a much better process to go through because you're providing better protection, right? And you're allowing the flexibility, and you're not setting new precedent because we're arguing with ourselves on our own hoop ordinance. And so I think you'll keep it a lot cleaner by going to a perimeter fence. And I don't think that was considered when staff spoke with Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, and here's what will happen. I mean, the commission has the ability to change the condition as long as we prevent the salamanders from getting into the site. But they'll have to, the applicant is the one that's going to have to get their permit from U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Right.
So they will have to verify with Fish and Wildlife that whatever it is that we've required is sufficient. I believe this will be sufficient. And again, I emphasize because it's a small site. If you had 70 acres and you were blocking access around the whole 70 acres, Fish and Wildlife might take issue with that because it does then become a barrier for the migration of the species. So,
but that's, I think I think you and I are aligned on this. Is if Fish and Wildlife is going to weigh in or have requirements of a project, then they should be involved with that project. But here's something that no one's looked at, and they're just taking a limited idea of, well, put it down to the ground when there are other alternatives such as a perimeter fence. Okay.
and I think you're correct. And I think that was discussed during the hoops conversation.
So we can take out that language and just point it to Fish and Wildlife as the jurisdiction on the perimeter and the wildlife.
So here's what I think our concern is that we have obligations to verify that we don't have biological impacts. And so what we have to do is verify that we don't. And if we change our condition to say there's a perimeter boundary, then we can check that CEQA box and say we've done our due diligence. I believe that's correct. And I would like either Mr. Seward or Ms. Lair to verify that. But I think that's a direction the commission could go that would hopefully address your concerns.
I believe also, Director Plowman, that part of the applicant's discussion was that there are times they would remove the end caps and so that the ends of the tunnels would be open.
Yeah.
So it doesn't quite make sense that you're saying, well, I don't want them coming in from the side, but the ends are open, so that you're not really accomplishing.
Well, and here's the thing.
I think what you're setting out to do, which is to keep them out of there from the equipment killing them.
Right. And you have, so I think there's more work to be done on this just in general, but you're right in the sense that you're going to have tractors, you're going to have all kinds of equipment running through that site. And so if you had the barrier around the edge of it's a very small growth, the edge, you would keep the salamanders out of the operational field. And that's probably a better thing in this case.
Can't argue that.
So Ms. Lair, would you feel comfortable with that change to the condition?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I launched that without checking with them, but.
Commissioner Freddie, you have other hands up I'll weigh in more on that once you get done with Commissioner. He's done. I don't agree with that. My problem is if you got to get a permit from Fish and Wildlife in order to do this, and they're going to set the conditions for the grower, whether it be a perimeter fencing, whether it be what, why do we need to do it again? I mean, in respect to the checkbox for the environmental. The checkbox is the grower must get a permit from Fish and Wildlife to address the CTS. Why do we need to do that again? I don't get that. It's like, why does the farmer have to get two permission?
Let's let Director Plowman answer that question, Commissioner Blau. That's an interesting thought. So you're saying if Fish and Wildlife has jurisdiction, then why are we writing it down when we should just say comply with Fish and Wildlife?
For whatever they want to do, whether it be perimeter fencing, drop the fences down, or something else they come up with. Why do we have to have a condition that says you will do this or you will not do this when we're not the experts with the CTS? Fish and Wildlife are.
I have here's the reason is we have a PEIR and we have a wildlife management plan requirement. And we have to fill out a checklist that says we don't have any new impacts. Otherwise, we got to do subsequent environmental review. But if you're concerned about Fish and Wild, I mean, you could draft the condition in a way that says you'll, have a barrier or whatever it is that Fish and Wildlife requires.
If you want to have a condition that says you must get a permit from Fish and Wildlife, I'm good with that.
Well, I don't think that goes far enough. That's the concern I have.
That's where we disagree. So
Right.
I'm saying that, no, as a planning commissioner, I'm not going to agree that you need to go any farther. Once Fish and Wildlife gives their permit and they're in control of the CTS, they're the experts, let them do it. I don't need to go beyond that.
And in some circumstances, I think I would agree with you on that point, but it's just with the way we did our environmental review and the way we set up this code, it doesn't quite work the same. So.
Well, it does for me, so that's just a disagreement we have.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I think there's a danger here of not putting the thought and time in to draft a condition that won't cause unintended consequences. I mean, Chairman Farini, that most of the time hoops, in fact, almost all the time, are open at each end. And we also know that on a 2-acre farm like this, especially one that's got all the equipment and the house and everything right next door, there's going to be people going in and out of those hoops all day. There'll be a lot of traffic. And I sure as heck don't want some enforcement officer 4 years from now saying, well, I read this thing to read that the entire grow has to be fully enclosed by the hoop. I mean, the end pieces have to be up there, unlike all the other hoops. They have to go to the ground. The sides have to go to the ground. Everything has to go to the ground. Or if you put a perimeter fence on it, it's got to go all the way around. So every time a car comes in and out, they got to open up a 6-inch strip of plastic to get in and out. I mean, it just could get to be completely ridiculous if we have an over simple condition. I kind of agree with Commissioner Blau. It'd be better with no condition whatsoever than something that's not really very accurate. If you want to regulate side curtain height, which is really what we were doing with the hoop ordinance, then just say it can go all the way to the ground. But I want to be very careful about talking about perimeter fences and statements that all plastic has to extend to the ground, because you're going to wind up arguing about, do your end pieces have to be closed at all times, or do you have to have a 360-degree perimeter fence, so every time they fire up the tractor, they got to take it apart? Let's be practical here.
Commissioner Park, I have a question for you. They have to fence the perimeter anyway, right, for the cannabis? So if they fence so they fence the perimeter of the grow area for security.
Right.
So if around the base of that security fencing, they were able to put a barrier so that the salamander could not get in, I'm sorry, I'm getting a message from staff here, but my thought was they're already going to have a fence around the whole site, right? The whatever, how many acres it is what is it, 2 acres total? If there were some way to create the barrier on the edge of that fencing, then that would not seem like a burden to me. And it would protect the salamander from coming in to the site.
You know, I think that's a pretty practical way to look at it, because it's probably more like about a 3-acre site or something. The site's a little bit bigger than the cultivation. The cultivation's an acre, like 1.88. But anyway, it's still small. It's got fencing almost all the way around it. I can't remember how it works as you drive in, but there'll be a gate or something. And you're probably right. Just run a little 6-inch strip of visqueen all the way around it, and then don't let it screw up all the operations inside. And then, as you drive in and out, while you're opening and closing a gate, and that'll deal with that. What Dr. Sweet advised me is that, with what's happening with the CTS migration is when it rains, they'll get out of their burrows and they'll head for a breeding pond. And then the juveniles will later, as they grow up a little bit, will disperse out. But they're not, especially when they're coming into the pond, they're not really just wandering all over the place aimlessly. They tend to go to the path of least resistance, to the lowest ground, and go down there. And the way you'd have to picture this site, but it's actually several feet above the water course that has relatively steep walls down to it. And it's really not even in an ideal location for them to wander back and forth on. And if you had that little barrier, anything that came down out of the hills, it just would walk around it or not go through. So that probably makes a lot of sense. It's certainly a lot better than trying to interfere with how the hoop houses are set up.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Well, I'm just going to say that I don't agree with Director Plowman in that, yes, we're going to have a chain link fence around the perimeter of the project because it's cannabis. Doesn't mean that we're not going to, now we're having to put a 2-foot or a 1 foot or whatever of plastic around the bottom of the fence and maintain it. That is burdensome. And if I'm the farmer, I may want to do the hoop house all the way to the ground and not do the perimeter plastic. I just don't get why we need to circumvent Fish and Wildlife and their regulations and their permitting process. I don't get it, and I don't want to do that. I don't need to replicate a state agency or a federal agency or anybody else's rules. Because why? We think we can do it better than the feds or the state can? I don't agree. So I'm not going to agree to that condition being in the project.
Commissioner Bradley.
I'm listening, but I have a question for Director Plowman. I understand it's tying back to the CEQA checklist, but isn't there a way to make a nexus about complying with the checklist by virtue of acknowledging that a Fish and Wildlife permit is needed? I mean, they are the experts in that field. So if there's an adopted, wildlife movement plan and there's a CDFW permit required, that's not sufficient to hold up the CEQA checklist for the county?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, I'm concerned that is not addressing the mitigation at the time, right? Postponing mitigation. Oh. But to be 100% sure of that, I need some time to take a closer look at it. That's okay. Well, do we have county council on here? Brian.
Commissioner Bradley, before we go to Mr. Pettit, let me try to ask the question a little bit differently.
Sure.
Oh, Director Plowman, this would have been a good day to take off.
I shouldn't have gotten out of bed.
So look, everybody has a little different view. So somebody says, well, it's got to go all the way to the ground, right? And then somebody else says, well, my idea is they have a perimeter fence. And then we have the third idea. My concern is, what if Fish and Wildlife came back and said, no, we want it this way, but we have it written in the conditions. So we have it written one way, and then they come back and decide somehow they want it another way. Then does it have to come back to us, and then we have to change the condition and have a hearing? Do we make it more clunky by being specific on what the other department wants? Or do we find a language to say they will comply with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that they have to bring that document, they have to bring the report card home to you to show before they are done, before you sign off on their permit?
I'd like, Mr. Pettit, could you weigh in here for a second, just on, you know what I'd like? I would like a 10-minute break.
Like a break, yes, indeedy.
So that we can talk internally and get it
Okay,
done.
all right. I'd like one of those drumstick ice creams while we're on.
Quick, delivery. To Joe.
No, it's just about Director Plowman today. Let's take a 10-minute, wait, Commissioner Park.
Could I make a suggestion before you take the break? Okay, just something to think about. I don't see how this is really different than the Hoop House ordinance in terms of having an EIR and what you do. And in 2018, which we did, we simply removed the condition. Okay? I mean, yes, it was an environmental concern, and we were involving Fish and Wildlife, and there was mitigation and all that. And we had a condition that said you shall not go closer than 12 inches to the ground. And then we just took it out completely. So there was no condition. And maybe if it was good enough for the Hoop House ordinance, it ought to be good enough for this. And that's really simple. So think about that over the next 10 minutes.
And I'll just make one more suggestion. If we have public comment, could we do public comment and then let Director Plowman come back after public comment and make on this if she wants to weigh in further on the issue?
So keep the hearing going and let staff and Director Plowman sidebar this at some point.
Correct. Yeah. Just you know.
Yeah.
We should take public comment.
Okay.
That's. I do need to talk to the staff. So I need some time with them.
Okay. Mr. Wilson?
I'm sorry.
As much as I like to have solidarity in the North County, I would like, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I do think it'd probably good to take a break, because I think it'd be appropriate for staff and council to hear some of this public comment in case questions arise. So it'd probably be good if we just take a quick break to reconvene a little bit on this issue and come back and then start public comment.
We haven't even heard from the applicant either, right?
Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, Chair Freedy and Commissioner Briley, I think we're still early before public comment.
Sorry.
Take a break.
Look at that.
Take a break.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Eat an ice cream. That's a good idea.
I know.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So, Ms. Lair or Mr. Wilson, who's up?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'll start. And Director Plowman wanted me to apologize. She had a conflict and was not able to return after the break. Her ice cream was more than cheerfrini, so her apologies.
It was melting.
Yeah. So anyway, Chair and Commissioners, just to try to bring a little bit, make this discussion narrower so we can move on with applicant's presentation and public testimony. I just wanted to kind of lay the groundwork as far as how we got to this condition or a condition. And when we adopted the cannabis ordinance and the program EIR, as part of the ordinance, Appendix H was adopted. And if you look at online under Appendix H, page H2, which is online, under subsection B, it talks about a habitat protection plan. Item number 1, or subsection B1, talks about a habitat protection plan. Today, we keep referring to it as a wildlife management plan. So per the ordinance and to be consistent with the PIR, the applicant's required to prepare a plan that talks about this wildlife movement or habitat protection. And so they prepared that, and part of that process requires a coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Fish and Wildlife as well. And the last part of that sentence, I think, captures what the commission's kind of been wrestling with. And that says, as required for state and federal permits and state or federally listed species, this plan is designed to determine whether avoidance, minimization, or compensatory measures are necessary. So that was what was provided to the commission. That was what the applicant's biologist had attempted to do with this wildlife management plan. That's how we got to where we are today. So staff, in hearing what the commission's comments and discussions were today, we've tried to amend conditions number 1 and 21. And I think that was sent out, Mr. Villalobos, to everyone, or not. I don't know where that went. But anyway, those conditions have been modified to say that the wildlife movement plan that's required by the ordinance is the owner or applicant shall implement the avoidance and minimization measures and all associated components included in the wildlife management plan, including the biological resource assessment prepared by their biologist and stamp zoning approved, and any subsequent modifications or revisions as required by CDF and/or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. So what we're presenting to the commission is, by ordinance, they have to have a wildlife management plan and a habitat protection plan. That requires them to coordinate with the wildlife agencies. We've changed that condition, and we can present it to the commission later if it isn't sent there, to basically address what the commission's concerns are. Provide some flexibility so that the wildlife agencies can provide the requirements as required by their agencies as far as how to deal with the California tiger salamander. So hopefully that can kind of help narrow our conversation discussion on that. And so I'm available for any questions, and I think staff is as well in regards to this particular point.
So if I could weigh in, I'm not going to raise my hand here. So if that's the condition, Secretary Wilson, I would agree to it. If you say that he's got to have a wildlife management plan that's approved by the Fish and Wildlife, I'm good to go. Because my other concern is, what happens 6 months from now or a year from now, Fish and Wildlife changes their mind, and there's some other method by which they want to protect the salamander. If the condition reads that they got to comply with the permit requirements of Fish and Wildlife, good to go. That's part of the law. We don't need to narrow it down so delete the condition that's in there now. And if you want to restate it like you just restated it, I'm agreeable.
And Commissioner Blau, through the chair, I see that staff has put the updated condition on the screen for the commission to review.
I think that's great. That's perfect.
Okay, I think it looks good. Can we move on? Commissioner Bly, satisfied too?
I'm happy, very happy.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, staff, for your patience and perseverance. Now let's get going with the real deal here. So, did staff finish their presentation? I forget now.
He needs ice cream.
Mr. Chair, yes, staff's presentation is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baylor. And then on to applicant presentation. Ms. Wold.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, but you may have two things on. You're echoing.
Yeah, there's two people in the room here. Is it not echoing now?
It is not echoing now.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Kathleen Wold, and I represent Jason Hildebrand of Santa Rita Holdings, Inc. We are before you today, as you know, to request a conditional use permit to allow Santa Rita Holdings to establish a cannabis grow at 2300 Santa Rita Road. We started with the CUP process approximately 2 years ago, and it has been quite a journey. But we are here before you today with a project that we think not only meets the code, but it's designed to minimize impacts and fit well in with the surrounding area. Staff has done a wonderful job assisting us through this review process and submitted to you a complete and thorough review of the project. So I intend to keep my presentation very brief this afternoon and mainly just reinforce the main points and issues. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the site is located on a 120-acre parcel, yet the request to grow, as everyone has now noted, is 2.54 acres, some in hoops and some in just open grow. Keeping the area small, the grow area small, has allowed the project to minimize impacts to the surrounding area as well as avoid all environmentally sensitive areas on the site, including the oak groves on the site. The site plan here illustrates the design of the project and how the cannabis area has been designed around these areas and around the oaks and is proposed within the previously disturbed area. The next slide, please. As staff has stated, and this is staff's slide, which we thought was very appropriate to reiterate our position on odor, that the site is located approximately 2.8 miles from the nearest residentially zoned area. Additionally, the prevailing winds generally blow in the opposite direction from this area. We feel that this, coupled with our odor abatement program, and we can confidently state that our project will not create odor impacts to the surrounding area or the residential zone some 2.8 miles away. We think this kind of sets us apart from other cannabis grows, and that the basis of our odor abatement program is the siting and location of the actual grow and the smallness of it. Traffic to the site has been managed and minimized through design and operations. The small grow means less traffic to and from the site. The types of trucks utilized will be smaller and by design to accommodate the rural access. An additional transportation demand plan includes additional elements to reduce trips. It should be noted that some of the full-time workers will be living in the home on site, as the county planner indicated on her previous slides, that there is an existing home on site. This means that those workers will walk outside to begin their day of work rather than drive to the site. This reduces trips to the site and assists with the overall site security. The applicant has been provisionally growing on this site for over 5 years without any complaints regarding odor, noise, or traffic. While this proposal does include additional improvements to bring the operation into compliance with all SB County cannabis regulations, such as fencing, camera, and lights, there has been a cannabis grow on this site since 2015 without incident or complaints. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Well, I guess it's not there. So that's my fault. We had included a picture of the farm just to give you a visual of the grow area. This picture serves, and you can't see it, so my apologies, but we wanted to kind of give you a visual for those that didn't come out to the farm to show you how the actual site actually looks. So you can just conclude the PowerPoint, which is fine, rather than look at a blank slide. Sorry about that. So we would like to note that there have been numerous letters and emails from our adjacent neighbor. Some of this communication has come into the record just recently, and it's rather lengthy. So rather than addressing these public comment letters point by point, we have counted over 30 emails coming in. We would like the commissioners to know that we will be happy to address any questions or concerns that the commissioners have concerning this communication. That this applicant, Santa Rita Holdings, has been and remains dedicated to being a good neighbor. So we concur with the findings in the staff report and the conditions of approval, and respectfully request that you approve the conditional use permit. And I am open to any questions. And the applicant, Jason Hildebrand, is here also.
Thank you, Ms. Wold. Any questions of the applicant? Okay. And then going back to staff, does staff have anything they'd like to add at this point?
Mr. Chair, we don't have anything to add at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney? You're muted.
Thank you. A question for Ms. Wold regarding the letter from Ernest Guadiana, which suggests that there may be a problem with the transportation of cannabis over the private road. How do you respond to that? I think
Ms. Wold, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. Well, our attorney also, or Jason's attorney is also online, and he might be the more appropriate person to speak to this. But I know that County Council has looked at that letter, and I have received communication from the county planner that it's been reviewed and it's not of issue. But I think maybe if we can get the city attorney, our attorney online to answer that, I think that that might be more appropriate.
Okay, you want to work on that then, Ms. Wold?
I think he's on, actually. I think he just needs to be requested. I believe we saw him on the list here.
Okay.
Hi there, yes, I'm on. Joshua Lynn here. I'm having tech difficulties, so I wasn't able to hear that last segment. I apologize. I can't get video to work.
Okay, Mr. Cooney, Commissioner Cooney, can you restate for Joshua Lynn, the attorney?
Yes, Mr. Lynn, I'm looking at a letter dated May 24th, 2021 from Ernest Guadiana, who asserts that on behalf of his clients, there is no consent and therefore no right to pass over the private road with loads of cannabis. And I know the county's not in the business of litigating easement rights, but I wondered if you had any response to that.
I've looked at the easement. I believe the easement's obvious and valid. I don't think this intensifies the use in any manner. I think, frankly, it's a contemplated use. I don't, frankly, also understand exactly who owns the property next door, because these have been very recent, rather strange complaints in the sense that they are totally in conflict with the information that we have. We prepared a letter and a package for the Planning Commission and decided not to overload them in the last day, the way that this complaint came in. So I apologize for not having a more detailed answer, but each of the issues contained in the letters and emails that I've seen are totally in conflict with the evidence, the law, and the easements that I'm aware of. I've taken the time to look at those. I've been to the site multiple times. I'm frankly baffled by the nature of those particular complaints. I totally understand, recognize, and appreciate the right to complain. We've had a tough time answering those complaints simply because in my legal analysis, they didn't make any sense in regards to the rather simple easement that's in place. And so I'm not in any way trying to complain about their letter. I just don't know how to respond to it in this very short period of time other than in writing. And I don't think it's necessary because I think that the findings of staff make total sense with respect to what evidence is actually out there. The condition of the property, the easements that are available, the use that is so modest in terms of what could be done, the fact that people live on site, the fact that there's no meaningful cannabis structures, all of those things are in conflict with some of the arguments that were made. So I apologize for the breadth of the answer, but that's the position we were put in at this late hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
Ms. Lair?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, if I can try and take a stab at responding to this one. We have reviewed the easement documents internally to ensure that there is access for this site. And based on our review, there is access for this site. I believe the easement provides ingress and egress for a manner of activities, including agricultural activities. And I believe we don't feel that cannabis needs to be specified to fall within the parameters of that easement.
So your advice to the Planning Commission is the letter, a copy of which we received from Counsel for the Neighbors, can be disregarded?
That's correct. P&D is not concerned.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Hillenbrand, I don't know if you wanted to speak a little bit to your project before we move on to public comment.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I've been met with this commission
Hang on. There we go. Start over.
I've been an active member of this community for many years. I've worked actively to resolve cannabis issues as part of the pesticide stakeholders group, working to resolve the conflict between pesticide drift onto neighboring farms. Currently working on another group. We made sure when we found this farm that it was positioned so far away from any sensitive receptor that we wouldn't be having the sort of issues that other farms have. So I'd just like to thank you guys for your time and for hearing this, and let's just move it on.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then to public comment. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I had texted you earlier. We do have one letter to consider. Did you want to do that before public comment?
Yes. Could you explain to the commission, please?
Sure. This is one that was emailed to you this morning, and I apologize. I think I mixed up the first page with the G and K items. So the letter is I received overnight. It's signed from Kim Hughes, trustee for Hughes Land Holding Trust. It's 2 pages in length. So if the commission has had the opportunity to read it and wants to rely upon it in its deliberations, then we would need to vote it into the record. And of course, we need a 4/5 vote on that.
Okay, well, I won't be able to support it as I have not had time to read it.
Well,
Nor Commissioner Blau. So I think we're going to let that one fall out then.
Okay. All right then, moving on to public comment. Our first speaker will actually be Ernest Guadiana.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Vice Chair Cooney, great pronunciation on my last name. I'm Ernest Guadiana, and I represent the neighboring property owners, Bradford Crandall Sr. and J.C. Crandall LLC. As you've noted, one of the main issues here is the easement. And although I understand that typically the counties view this access issue as a civil matter, the quasi-legal nature of cannabis kind of changes that analysis here. And in this regard, although California has legalized cannabis at the state level, the federal government still prohibits it. As a result, when California was enacting its cannabis legalization legislation, California made sure that every single property owner that has commercial cannabis activities over their property must consent. This is basically so that each property owner acknowledges and consents to the federal risk that is inherent in cannabis, commercial cannabis activities. Not only can the federal government continue to seize property, they can also enforce criminal penalties. So here, although, California has specifically stated that municipalities cannot prevent public rights of way from being used to transport cannabis, private roads are still considered private property. Here, the applicant and the landowner have not obtained consent from either my client or Kendall Jackson, which are the two property owners that they must traverse to transport cannabis. And on that basis, we believe that this CUP either should be denied or it should be conditioned to obtain the consent of both my client and Kendall Jackson. For those reasons, we believe the CUP must be denied. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Renee O'Neill.
Good afternoon. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Well, this is an interesting project because one of the things Renee O'Neill has done from the outset is oppose cannabis projects. However, I'm going to make an exception here. And that's because from the very outset, when the state recommended that small growers be given an opportunity to get established first, prior to the big commercial growers, prior to 2023, I had met so many small growers at those initial town hall meetings that I thought were wonderful people, and I would have been happy to support them. They listened to us, we listened to them, and I think when we had those initial town hall meetings with Jessica Metzger and all the folks in planning and development at the time, we were making good progress until the Board of Supervisors threw out the initial recommendations by planning and development, which were very well done. Anyways, I want to speak to the fact that everyone who's listening, everyone who has concerns about this particular grow in this site, this would be a first for me, and anyone who knows Renee O'Neill will attest to, oh my gosh, Renee is actually saying something positive about a cannabis project. Let's put that down in the history books, because I don't support the majority of cannabis projects, and more importantly, the way it's been handled throughout the county. So I would encourage people to consider working with this small grower and working out the easement issues. And the only thing I disapprove of, and Jason, this doesn't just have to do with your project, it has to do with everyone who's a cannabis grower. I do not like the rule that cannabis growers get to decide if there's odor emanating from their property and report it. It's like putting the fox in charge of the hen house. So with that said, I'm going to say thank you for looking at small projects. And this is what I'd rather see throughout the county than these big, massive, god-awful, ghastly hoop houses that are covering our hills and massive buildings that G&K Farms is looking at trying to build. I just don't approve of that at all. We can do this smartly, and we can do it more appropriately and make it compatible with our county and our communities. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker will be Heath Rappleye, to be followed by Monica Briseño.
Hi, Chair Farini, Planning Commission members. I appreciate your time today. My name is Heath Rappleye. I'm with West Coast Land Service. I represent the Crandall family, which is the adjacent landowner to the west of the proposed project. My client is in opposition to the project. Today, I just wanted to make a few points and won't take up too much of your time. Just as a background, I did prepare a lot of the maps presented by Mr. Guadiana and
I can't. I gotta stick around.
Why?
and the Crandall family. Several of the said maps have been provided to Miss Baylor, along with several pictures of the Crandall family land. These pictures depicted debris, trailers, location of concrete from the dismantled barn, location of concrete under the trees adjacent to the dismantled barn, all of which are on the Crandall property. We had a local surveying company, hired them on behalf of the Crandall family in order to confirm the property lines of the Crandall family property. A survey map was prepared. Said survey map was submitted and is known as the Gramatisi aerial survey map provided to you. Said survey map, moving forward, I just wanted to reiterate that the project only has the one easement access road to the property, which traverses across the Crandall family property and the adjacent Kendall Jackson property, which is to the west of the Crandall family property. This access easement road begins where the county public access road ends per the Santa Barbara County Surveyor Information System number 2. This easement access road was shown highlighted in yellow on the most recent Gramatisi aerial survey map that was submitted by Mr. Guadiana on June 7th, 2021. Even though it seems that there are other access routes to the CUP property, the property owner and applicant have no use of additional access roads to the CUP property. The property owner and applicant were using additional access routes, but said access routes have been cut off with lock gates since the property owner and the applicant have no permission to use such access routes. Additionally, the property owner did at one point in time carve an additional road into the Crandall family hillside, which was done without the Crandall family's knowledge or permission. That's all I really have for you today. I'll stick around. Obviously, if I can help in answering any questions, feel free to ask. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Monica Briseño, to be followed by Robert Imler.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Monica Briseño on behalf of what we're referring to now as the Crandall family, owners of the adjacent parcel. I'd actually like to start off by referencing our letter that was previously submitted and hope that the commissioners had an opportunity to read. I briefly wanted to touch on a couple of points in that letter, and I'll start off with the CEQA argument since it's something that I know the commission just discussed at length. And I'll point that although we understand that staff has revised the condition, it was difficult to read the condition as proposed, but based on what was described in the public meeting, it seems that the condition is still written in a way where mitigation isn't clear, and the county as the lead agency has a duty to mitigate impacts to the extent feasible, in which case they are here. And as written, it seems like this is a way that the condition or the mitigation is being deferred to a subsequent agency. So I'd like to point out that that's an issue that we would have that wasn't addressed in the letter. Another CEQA issue is the use of the checklist by the county appears to be inadequate and incomplete. You'll see that in portions of the checklist, there's indication that the county received certain information and therefore the project was in compliance with the checklist and could make use of the program EIR. This is including certain documentation from the State Water Board. That was not in the materials provided to the public, and therefore the assumption is that they were not submitted. And so we raised that therefore the use of the checklist is inappropriate here. And actually the project should be reviewed at a project level based on CEQA guidelines, and at a minimum requires an initial study. So again, I would point to our letter for further discussion of that. Turning to a second point, there's an issue here with a couple of licenses that we've discussed with staff. First off, is the cannabis regulations require that a project such as this comply with state law to be approved for purposes of a CUP. And based on the information that's been received from Cal Cannabis, this project does not have the appropriate license to operate what's being proposed. As further explained in our letter, there's about 6 licenses that were apparently obtained by the applicant that improperly included portions of the adjacent parcel, which is the Crandall parcel, as part of the premises map for that license. Such improper inclusion of that property raises the issue of whether or not these licenses are valid, and whether this is a project that would be able to be properly approved. Relatedly, even assuming if such licenses for cultivation are valid, there's an issue that was raised whether or not that applicant has a distributor's license, and we were informed that they do not. Such license is required to operate between the different premises. So right now, if we were to assume that they have between 6 or 12 licenses for that property, those are 6 and 12 different premises for purposes of state licensing. In order to move product from one premise to the other, that operator needs to have a different license, a distributor's license, and that's not been obtained here. Now, until such licensing issues are resolved, this project does not conform to state law and a CUP must be denied. And again, I'd point you to our letter, which has additional information on these topics. And we are here to answer any questions and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Imler. I'm not seeing a microphone symbol for Mr. Imler. We can go to our telephone callers, Mr. Chair, but if Mr. Imler is listening, would like to call into the hearing room, he can do that. I'll give that phone number just really quick. It's 805-568-2092. Again, 805-568-2092. All right, we have 2 speakers joining us by telephone. You'll have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. So phone numbers ending in, one is 603 and one is 591. Whoever unmutes themselves first gets to speak first. Again, for our telephone, people joining us via telephone, hit *6 to unmute yourself. All right, well, I don't know if we want to give them a try. Mr. Chitrin is still with us. Is there anyone else who's joining us for the meeting who'd like to speak? Telephone callers, Mr. Chitrin, you're all unmuted. Mr. Chair, maybe we can just leave that open just for a minute.
Okay. This might be a good time to hear from County Council regarding the issue at hand, which would be the easement issue. Mr. Pettit, could you weigh in, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I have had a chance to review the easement at issue. One of the public commenters addressed state licensing requirements to obtain consent to conduct cannabis activities on a property. To emphasize, that is a state licensing requirement, and what the public commenter offered was an interpretation of that statute. Locally, the county, as with any other project, does not require consent of the underlying property owner for an easement holder to use that easement to access a property. As I said, I have reviewed the easement, and I believe that substantial evidence would support a finding that there is adequate access to the project site.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Does the applicant have anything they'd like to add, or staff?
Yeah, I'd like to address the issue brought up about the licenses. Somehow potentially being over our property line. I can assure that none of them are. You can look at all of our updated maps and just see that pretty plainly. We do have more licenses than we are currently operating because based on a new survey, we lost some property. So we have excess licenses that are not being used, but we have sufficient licenses to operate what we're operating on now. And we are waiting for our CUP to expand into the next 0.5 acres that we haven't touched. So in summary, all our licenses are on our property and they are adequate to support our acreage of cultivation. As far as the distribution license as well, every time we move plants from one area to another, we have a third-party distributor moving those plants. We can go through our metric account, and all of that is plain to see.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have one of our callers who's unmuted themselves.
Okay.
Caller, go ahead.
My name is Matthew.
So if your number ends in 603, it's your time.
Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Sarah Matthews, and I'm a real estate agent, and I'm friends with the Crandalls. And I wanted to call in just to see regarding California state law required. They stated that there needs to be tenants living in the home. Non for having those tenants in there, and the requirements for tenants living in there, and how many people are driving across that easement on a daily basis. Because the easement is for the landowners and having a public easement.
Ms. Matthews, your voice keeps coming and going. Can you just...
Oh, sorry. That's not... Can you hear me better now?
For the moment, did you want to repeat anything? Just...
Yeah, I was just stating that they stated that there was going to be tenants living in the home. And with the tenants living in the home, is the house up to code for tenancies in California? Because talking with Santa Barbara, they stated that it's non-compliant, and they don't, as long as the people live in the home, are they up to code? Who's checking with them? And also, how many people are going to be driving across that easement? And now, is it a public easement? Because there's going to have trucks in and out of that easement as well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you.
Did you have any additional comments, Ms. Matthews?
Yeah, and also just that area being in a local land area, there's going to be people living out there. Has the fire department regulated the fire breaks in that area and making sure those roadways are cut clear if something was to happen to the people living in the home, since they're going to be living there all, permanently for the time being while they're growing marijuana.
Okay, does that conclude your comments?
Yeah, and just also, I've also was told that Hughes locked people out and on their gates, so they didn't have access to their own property. So that's all I have to say. Just curious.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, Mr. Chair. Unless our other phone caller is able to, in the next couple seconds, unmute themselves, I think that would be the end of our public comment.
Okay, while we're waiting, Ms. Baylor, there was public comment regarding the condition of the dwelling and whether or not it was approved for residency by the planning department. Can you shed some light on that, please?
Mr. Chair, yes, I can definitely shed some light on that. And then I also want to summarize a few other points that were brought up in public comment as well. So
Thank you.
the dwelling on site is a legal non-conforming dwelling. It has been used as dwelling historically, and staff reviewed the dwelling to be used as a house for employees. So essentially the regular employees for the project will live on site in that house. And that's something that staff has analyzed as part of the project. And I think has also become a key component of the project in that there will not be regular commuting trips to the site because the employees will actually live on site and cultivate cannabis on the parcel. And one thing that I think Ms. Matthews was alluding to in the call was whether the dwelling would be used for administrative activities related to the cannabis operation. So staff analyzed this issue, and the project will not include any kind of administrative activities related to the project in the house. That's something that gets a little bit complicated with state licensing and sheriff requirements. So the applicant has worked really closely with the sheriff already and wants to make sure that planning staff wants to make sure that they are abiding by all other departmental requirements. So in effect, there will not be any administrative activities in the dwelling. It will only be used for housing the employees. And then similarly, the restrooms in that dwelling will be used for the regular employees. So some other points I wanted to clear up. There were some comments made about debris located off-site. So I want to clarify that any off-site debris on the neighboring parcel is not related to the proposed project. However, it is my understanding that the applicant has cleaned up a lot of this debris that was not related to the project that was located off-site. My understanding is that a lot of the debris was located off-site by somebody previous to the applicant leasing this parcel. So it wasn't related to the project at all. Further, any scarring of the neighboring parcel would not be related to the proposed project. Similarly, any tree pruning off-site also not related to the project. I want to acknowledge that the CEQA checklist addresses all of the issues discussed in the program EIR, and through the checklist, staff was able to confirm that the project complies with all mitigation requirements for the project. I want to just elaborate a little bit more on the issue that Ms. Briseño brought up related to the distribution licenses. So there are some differences in the definitions of state distribution licenses and county distribution permits. So with county permitting, the definition of a distribution use would be transporting cannabis directly to retail. However, with the state, distribution includes simply transporting cannabis across premises. And as discussed, the project site includes a number of state licenses, so a number of cannabis premises, and the applicant has complied with all state licensing requirements by including a licensed distributor on site during harvests when they are transporting cannabis across their premises on the parcel. Another thing I wanted to note was that the easement and the existing Santa Rita Road will continue to support the traffic for the project. As noted, the regular employees will live on site, so there will not be a regular commuting trips taking place on the road. The temporary employees will be on site during harvests. And each harvest is estimated or is anticipated, to be up to 3 days each time, and there would be 3 harvests a year. And then the site transportation demand management plan acknowledges that there would also be delivery truck trips during this time, or transporting cannabis offsite, and all of that has been analyzed by staff as well as County Roads Department. The County Roads Department didn't have any comments or conditions on the project. Further, the fire department reviewed the project, also did not have any comments or conditions. The fire department did at least one site visit out to the project site and didn't have any issues with the road or the project in general. In conclusion, I just want to acknowledge again that the project complies with the LUDC and all findings can be made. Thank you. Let me know if you have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baylor. That was very helpful. Mr. Villalobos, how are we doing with the caller 591? Are we?
No response, Mr. Chair. I see we have a hand up, but that's someone who's already spoken. So up to you, the chair, whether or not we officially close the public hearing.
Okay, I think with that, we can close the public hearing now. And go on to our commissioners' questions, deliberations. This has got to be in Commissioner Park's district. It's cannabis.
I think you're a one-man redistricting commission, and maybe that's what we need in this county. I don't really know, but we're seeing it in action. It appears the biggest issue here is easements. I'm kind of hearing two kinds of arguments. One is overburdening, which is sort of a traditional easement argument. And I think Mr. Lynn addressed that very well. I don't think he needed to apologize for not sending long letters. He addressed it well. And I don't see an overburdening issue here, and I don't think it's our business anyway, unless it was so blatant that there's no possible way one could argue there was access. On the consent argument, I didn't quite understand it. I saw a lot of verbiage about it, but not a lot of authority. And I would imagine that were it a valid argument here, it would have been in many other cases we'd see. In fact, you'd see all over the state. And I see that our county council didn't weigh in on favor of it. I've sworn that I'll try to avoid being wearing my attorney hat while I am on the planning commission. I'll wear my planning commissioner hat, so I'm not going to second guess all the other attorneys. So I'm not concerned about the easement issue. I think this is a very modest project. I think it's a very good thing that we have young farmers there. They're living there and doing this on a scale that's doable, and they're working from there. I think that when the voters of this state voted to approve cannabis cultivation, this is just what they had in mind: is small, somewhat secluded projects, and we need more of those in this county, and less of some of the others. So those are my comments. And given the lateness of the hour, and because I heard off the record that both Commissioner Ridley and Commissioner Blau had things to do at 5, I'll dispense with my usual questions about electrical service and adaptive management plans. Bye-bye.
So was that a motion to approve? Did I hear that?
No, I wanted to hear from everybody else, but it really is Commissioner Farini's district. But if you want me to make the motion, I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I make the motion to approve the project and adopt staff's recommendations.
And I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Villalobos, can we have a vote, please? Oh, 1 second, Mr. Pettit.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify for the record that it would be staff's recommendation as revised in the conditions of approval. I don't know if we're able to get that up on the screen, but I think we would typically recommend that
Yes, we had another screen before, and the second holder agrees.
Great, thank you.
As revised by my secretary.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to do roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson, can we go home now?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Chair Farini
Okay.
and Commissioner.
And I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Park for recognizing that. Actually, I do have a life after 5, only a few times a year, and tonight it's one of them. So thank you.
All right.
Chair and Commissioners, I'd like to propose an adaptive management plan in regards to the item we trailed, which was setting a special hearing for October 1st. I don't know if we've had a chance to look at our calendars, but we talked about having a special hearing on October 1st for Exxon, but we don't have to do that today. We can trail that to June 30th unless everybody's looked at their calendars, we can set that hearing. And I just had to give Commissioner Parker a hard time because it's late in the day, so.
Adaptive management plan.
I think this,
Water off a duck's back.
yeah.
And I'm going to move that we hold the special hearing on October 1 because I'm afraid that we're going to forget to do it otherwise.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I agree.
Or Commissioner Bradley. Yeah. Okay. Do we need a vote for that?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I will make it quick. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
I think we lost Commissioner Blau.
Oh, all right. Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. All right.
Very good.
Good job, everyone. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Bonne nuit.
I've got to sign off. My wife's calling.
Yeah.